How about now? It says it's not playing no more. Is it still is it is it still playing right now, y'all? Chat, is it still playing? Is it still good? Is the intro playing now or no? Okay, it's good now. All right, bet. Appreciate that, Pharaoh. Appreciate Jack Frost. My boy Jack Frost in here. Passionate Connect. Yeah, but like I was saying, I wanted to mainly get into searching to see if it has been a problem that we have been dealing with our entire lives. Is it something that can be done with us in a whole? For now that we now recognize the fractional reserve system is currently securitizing our funds. Is there anything that can possibly be done about it by the masses now speaking up for ourselves? Because we did not know for a long time. Because we didn't know for a long time. It's not playing out. What, my audio is not playing? I just bought all this shit. I don't even know how to work it, to be honest with you. But I hooked it up and read the instructions. I honestly don't know how to work it. I got the best camera you can possibly buy, and I've been trying to mess with it for the past 3 hours. I got a good mic, but hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm not sure if y'all can or y'all can't. But we are okay. Good. I appreciate that. I wonder, can I make Pharaoh an arbitrator? Oh yeah. Um, I'll figure it out in a minute. But the one of the main things that okay, they said it's good now. They said it's good now. Okay, we good now. Everybody good? We good? All right. So like one of the main things is that are we I don't want to say it like this, but one of the main things is like, are we alone? Are we alone in our what they call theories? Is it really a theory? Like, is it really a theory for us to set off and tender our instruments on a monthly basis? Is that theory, or is that really real? But they just don't want the people to know about it. 31 CFR 358.44. I got a whole bunch of information in my head, so y'all gonna have to bear with me if I close my eyes when I'm talking, because it's like a memory folder. Yeah, 31 CFR 358.44. They have that particular section redacted. And you gotta ask yourself, like, why is anything being redacted? I know why. Because it may cause a debt to society. It may cause an uproar on people who have been normally paying their bills monthly, going to work and getting their check and using their check to satisfy their obligations. And, for a long time, I thought to myself, like, should I release this? Like, really? Like, I'm being dead ass. Like, should I really release this? Because what can happen is the essential workers who we need to stock the aisles in the grocery stores, the truck drivers who we need to 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 bring in our commerce, to bring in our goods. If they find out about it, will they continue to work? Will people continue to go to their job? Will people continue to be productive in society? So it's almost like I'm damned if I do and I damned if I don't. And these are questions that I'm faced with. You all are not faced with these questions because you're here just seeking knowledge and understanding. But I'm faced with these questions because can I will what I know, can it damage, like, really, can it damage society? Like, really, can it damage society? Will will it put a dent in society just from the things that I know? Can it? Will it? I don't know. But we're gonna have to find out throughout these TikToks. I'm gonna be giving my personal opinion about how I feel about them on the ones that catch my eye. Y'all sub up in the chat and y'all let me know what y'all want to hear me talk about, and y'all let me know what y'all want to focus on. And also, I'm pretty sure I got some smart people in the chat. I know that y'all can converse with me. Y'all can come and tell me some things that I personally don't know, possibly. But we're gonna get this thing worked out the best way that we can. All right, let's get it. Goddamn, starting soon. Mic check. Hope y'all can hear me. Let's take off. What we doing? Give me 1 second. Let me find out what the fuck it is. Mm, Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Sure, what the audio not working. Pretty sure y'all can hear me fine. Hold on. Y'all give me 1 second. Y'all give me 1 second. Be right back.
Three things about the banking system that you probably don't know. The first thing you probably don't know is that every time you do a profit, every time you put $1 in, you get $10 on your behalf. You put $10 in, they get $100. Put $100 in, they get $1,000. You make $1,000 deposit, they get $10,000 worth of credit on you on your behalf. The second thing that you probably don't know about the banking system is that they file a 1099-K on your behalf, meaning that you don't even want your bank deposit.
All right, we back. Hey, I'm still learning. Y'all gonna have to roll out with me because I'm still learning. I'm still learning how to properly be a content creator and a streamer. All right, y'all got me. I'll be all right as long as y'all got my back. I'm cool. I'm cool. As long as y'all got my back, I'm cool. Let's get it.
Deposits back because you didn't even realize that you can get your bank deposits back from the bank if you filed on your behalf. That's why the third thing you probably don't know. The third thing you probably don't
Mm. Very positive. I hope y'all I gave y'all enough time to do those 1099Bs too. That's why I was really waiting on y'all to go ahead and knock that shit out. Finish to clean your credit. All right, well, Cam.
Know is that you can file a 1099-B on your own bank deposits, meaning that what? You get back 10 times the amount from one time. There are three things about the banking system that you probably don't know. The first thing that you probably don't know is that every time you make a deposit, every time you put a dollar in, they get
Getting it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it, y'all. We're gonna definitely figure this thing out, man. Sure. For the shit show. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me fine? Like, am I stuttering?
$10 on your behalf. You put $10 in, they get $100. You put $100 in, they get $1,000. You make $1,000 deposit, they get $10,000 worth of credit on you, on your behalf. The second thing that you probably don't know about the banking system is that they file a 1099-A on your behalf every year, meaning that you don't even want your bank deposits back because you didn't even realize that you can get your bank deposits back from the bank if you filed on your behalf. That's why the third thing you probably don't know. The third thing you probably don't know is that you can file a 1099-B on your own bank deposits, meaning that what? You get back 10 times the amount, from one times to 10 times back the amount of money that you put into the bank every year. So those are the three things that you probably don't know about the banking system.
I know this can sound like a lot, so comment.
So, what he's actually talking about on that particular post is he's talking about claim your credit. And what happens? Let me go in a little bit more detail about what he's actually saying when you can claim your bank deposit. You're not claiming in your sense, how you view a bank deposit is as you go to work, you get paid, and you take your weekly or monthly wages down to your local branch, and once you make that deposit, you can now freely use the merchant or Visa, Mastercard or Visa card that they give you. But the banks, they lease that. That's a lease with Visa and Master. So the institutions have to have a way for their depositors to spend the money that's coming into their account. So they go and get a lease with Master and Mastercard and Visa in order for the depositors to actually spend the money with merchant processors whenever they're making any kind of purchases. Um, but the funds, what he is talking about, is on a restricted ledger, and the actual your deposit goes from um, being a real asset into going into what they call an accounts payable ledger, or you can call it a restricted ledger, or it's called a double book entry ledger. Um, your actual account is called accounts payable, accounts receivable, because in that motion of you're taking your funds to the bank, you're actually giving the bank a loan. And the bank is only required to keep, if you give them $100, they only required to keep $10 out of your $100, and then they can loan out the other 90. So in the midst of them loaning out the other 90 on this particular account, the max that they can do securitization on is times 10. So if you give the bank $100, they only have to keep $10 on reserve, and then they can loan out that other 90. Once they go and give out that other 90, this depositor make his deposit, and then now out of their deposit, they only loaning out 10% of that deposit, and so on and so forth. But on each account, they're only able to do uh, uh whole times 10 as far as the fractional reserve system goes, and when they're actually making the deposit. Now, when you go to actually claim your credits on this particular subject, you are claiming the withholding. So if you had an account and the account was, let's just say that you made, I don't know, we're just gonna say that you did $100,000 for that year. Something like, we'll say that you did $100,000 for that year, and you go and do a 1099-B. The bank's supposed to send you a 1099-B for your account by you being the account holder, but they're not going to send it because hopefully you're going to abandon the funds and you're never going to make a claim anyway. So now, if that's why they're required to just keep the account live and findable for 7 years. Now you can go back and make a claim on 3 years. That's the reason why you can go back and do your taxes 3 years previously. It makes sense. So on the 1099-B, they have a section on there that says cost basis, and it has another section on there that says proceeds. Now, if you are giving the bank a $1,000 loan, and they're able to create $10,000 from that $1,000 loan, now your proceeds from that $1,000 will be your proceeds will be 10,000, right? But your capital gain, it will turn into a capital gain for them of 9,000 because they have to put the original $1,000 that you gave them into their account and back into your account so you can use your funds. You can't, it's illegal for them to take your funds and, okay, thank you for the loan, we're gonna pay you later. They won't allow you to do that. The form 843, I think that's an abatement form. No, this is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about them doing securitization, and you're actually getting your withholding tax credit for the institution being able to leverage your account, because they're not going to let you know that you can do this, but it's definitely out there. And I'm gonna give you guys another. I'm gonna give you another nugget real quick. Let me go here. I want to show you all something else real quick. Um, Let me see. How can I do this? Y'all don't have to work with me because I really don't know how to work this shit for real. So I want you to see. Well, I can explain it to you. You can go pull up yourself. I'm gonna explain to you now. The 90 and everybody here can go and do this. I don't want to click out and we have to start over. I don't know what the hell, but go and pull up QOF. It's called the Qualified Opportunity Fund. Now, the Qualified Opportunity Fund is where that other 90% goes. It goes to, that's so vital. I really want you guys to know. I really want you all to see that. Let me try to find it real quick. That is very important for you all to know that. Let me see, can I do new window? Let's do the definition of QOF. QOF. This is very critical for you all to know that. Let's see. One second, y'all. One second. This is very, very critical. I want you guys to know this part. This is important. I want you all to know this right here. So let me put another one in here. Make sure this will go. Source. Ooh, okay. Can y'all hear me? Right. Invest 90% of its assets into, but not only distressed communities. So, hold on. We need to discuss this. Okay, qualified opportunity fund, bank holding percentage. For a bank holding a qualified opportunity fund, the holding percentage you're asking about is not fixed percentage like 90% of total assets. Instead, the key compliance rule is 90% asset test. So basically, what they're saying is that this means that the banks owe a QOL. The QOL portfolio must be weighed so that 90% or more of its fair market value is invested in eligible opportunity zone property. So when we talk about property, you know that there are different types of property out here. You got intrinsic property, you got tangible property, and intangible property. You got property that you can physically touch, property that you can't. We're just gonna keep it 100. We got property that you can't touch. Now we have to understand that nothing as it appears to be is what it is, because we have to find a gray area and a median to where what are they, why are they hiding certain words between in paragraphs? Okay, we just say qualified holding zones, or it have to be on the property. Cognitively thinking, you're just going to automatically assume that, oh shit, they talking about real estate. It have to be. That's the only kind of property that I can I can think of. But why is it? Why does it have to be a 90%? And then on the 1099B, it says banks, you deposit $1,000, and they're only required to, they give you back your 10%. They're only required to keep 10%. But what's left out of 10%? 90%. If you look on the QOF, it says where did the funds come from? Did it come from collectibles or did it come from QOF? You understand? And QOF, by statute, is saying that they are required to keep 90% of that deposit, and it must be given to a qualified opportunity zone fund. But wait, let's wait. Let's go back and reiterate. Why wasn't it even mentioned when you signed up to open up the account as beneficial holder of the account? Why wasn't it mentioned that you was actually giving the bank a loan? Are they afraid that you may succeed and you may get too privy of what's going on and want to seek more than what they feel like you should have? What is it? Where's the disconnect? Why isn't it a place for us to know more and for us to succeed? And the only thing that I'm trying to bring to the light is and open you guys' mind up to the thing is never look at nothing as it sits in front of you. Don't even believe me until you go and fact check me. That's the thing I be trying to stress, and it's so easy for me to allow people to just go and copy off my page and copy off, but I can't, by law, I can't tell anyone to do something and me giving them a guarantee that it will work. I can only talk from the best of my knowledge. But the best of my knowledge is at 98.5. And everything today that I talk to you all about is, without prejudice and without perjury. Because when I'm sharing information to you all, it's just only I'm opening up the door for you to now we got a discussion. Now we got something to talk about because now and never mind the fact. And so now this information is starting to get out, right? Never mind the fact that they owe. Okay, fuck it. We deposited $1,000. They made 10,000, and they put our $1,000 back into the account, and now they got a $9,000 capital gain on which they transferred to the QOL. Fine, that's fine. But what happened to the original $1,000 that was deposited? That's the real money. It's almost like It's almost like this right here. If you have one piece of gold, right? You take that one piece of gold to a bank, and the bank give you 10 pieces of silver, right? But within their system, one piece of silver and one piece of gold kind of hold the same weight if you're not at the right capacity. So they'll give you one piece of silver back and say, hey, you can use this one piece. If you give me that one piece of gold, you can use the account and you can use this one piece of silver wherever you want. And that one piece of silver, the face value of it will be the same as the one piece of gold. But on the back end, they got the gold and securitized the gold and got times 10 for your deposit. But the question is, what happened to the original deposit? Because if you get somebody a loan and then and they give you a promise to refund the money, which they do, they put they make the account back whole. They just don't take the loan and they make the account back whole. But if they're making a notion to letting you know that, well, you're using the account, we also paying you interest. And also think about that. Why are you getting paid interest if you didn't get somebody a loan? That's the definition. Let's look up the definition of interest. Let's look at definition two. Money paid regularly at a particular rate for the use of money lent or delaying the repayment of a debt. But the bank is giving you interest. So they're repaying you for a debt. And what is that debt? Because they're saying that they're indebted to you. But you just collect that monthly interest because it don't really mean shit to you because you don't really see what the interest is really going. You only getting a portion that is going to the account payable, and you're not getting the full account receivable. And that's another part, like when you do your discharge, right? Everybody running around discharge. How the fuck we discharge? I want to discharge, whatever. How the hell we discharge? If you ain't creating that barrier to where we got accounts receivable and we got account payable. If I have a indentured trustee who I have to go and pay, well, who I have to handle my affairs, I have to direct that tender towards them. Because if I have an account there, that means that I'm a part of their trust. So I'm just a beneficiary on their trust. But do I got any authority? No, I have authority over the account because I'm the agent for the account holder. Yeah, the account is only the beneficial owner of this institution. Any account that you have, you're the beneficial owner of. That's 15. Let's go. I like to do facts. Let's just double check that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm good use. Let's see what. 15 USC 1 declares that every contract, combination, or conspiracy and restraint of trade or commerce is illegal. Violators can be deemed guilty of a felony and face penalties, including fines. So what they're saying is that, oh, this ain't even the one I want to read though. Let's go to Cornell. Let's go to them. Every contract combination in the form of a trust. You see how they left it? I just noticed that. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see how they left out trust on the definition and and they're not pointing out really what it is? I just noticed that. That's crazy. I go and pull up the real definition, and then they have a half-ass definition for everybody to go and fly with. It declares that they left out the main part of the classification. That's the main part of it. That's the main part of 15 USC 1 to say that every contract, it came from a trust. If it didn't come from a trust, it's illegal. Every contract, combination in the form of a trust or otherwise, or conspiracy in restraint of trade or commerce among several states or with foreign nations is declared to be illegal. Every person who shall make any contract or engage in any combination or conspiracy hereby declared to be illegal and shall be deemed guilty of a felony. This is the goal right there. This is the goal. That section right there is letting you know that you're signed up to a trust everywhere. Anytime that you have ever put your name on any type of document, and they have the the means to locate who you are, where you stay at, your social security number. You gave somebody your ID, even if they didn't ask for your social, but you gave your ID. They're still able to leverage your deceded estate because you signed up to be a beneficiary on their trust. It's every contract that you ever signed came from the trust. I don't care how minute the contract is. Everybody right now, if you got your phone service is Verizon, you are a part of Verizon Wireless Trust. It's just a fact. I'm not going to drag this section uh, a lot. I just wanted to touch on that and just so we can get a little clarity on what it means to be a part of a trust and what are the different methods and what's going on from when we are joining trust and we don't even know that we're signing up to be a part of somebody else's trust. We just signed up as an account holder. Oh, the account holder means that I'm a trust? Yeah, that means that you're a part of their trust. Straight like that. Let's keep the party going. Let's keep the party going. Uh, I just wanted to touch on that.
Easy down below if you want the full guide. Pay me later.
When a debt collector is calling you, answer the phone. Don't block them. Don't ignore them. Answer the phone. Verify who you are. Never admit or agree to owing and paying anything. You verifying who you are is not the equivalent of you admitting to owe or you agreeing to pay. So it does not restart your statute of limitations. You need to have them send whatever they have to your mailing address. You're going to be able to use this information again.
This is the smart AI skill.
You finance your car through any of these banks, I'm 1000% sure that your car contract is fraud and you can get all the
Most people don't know that there's a private side to every bank account. So yes, even if your bank account is closed, the bank has been holding your money on the private side. Every bank account that's closed or open makes you a millionaire. I bet you didn't know that. Okay, so let me break down the numbers for you.
Did y'all get that?
Because I took a deep dive down the rabbit hole, just doing my business. I was doing legal research on other stuff and stumbled upon this stuff. It took time and it took years. Okay, but anyway, the numbers. Here are the numbers. You are owed, or anyone who has a bank account, whether it's open or closed, you are owed $300,000 every month, $3 million every year, and $300 million total lifetime. Now, I'm not going to gatekeep or whatever. It's just that I got to share this information safely because whenever you get access to this information, you're going to be a target and you got to do things smart. It amounts to hitting the lottery jackpot when you get access to millions and you never manage that type of money. You will be a target. And so I have to do things safely. So all of the information that, like the exclusive stuff, it's going to be
Oh, damn, my bad, y'all. I wasn't trying to.
on my fan base. And so follow me on my fan base. The link is going to be in the bio. Follow me on my fan base page and then subscribe because that's where I'm going to talk about the positive penny story, right? I am the only one that I know of doing this who had a breakthrough with sending in a negotiable instrument, and I won't say all of the details. The people who subscribe to me on Fanbase, like I said, you can follow me and then you can subscribe. You can do one or the other or both. Follow for just regular content like you see on any other social media, and then subscribe if you want to go on this journey with me. So I'm going to unpack this whole positive penny story where I basically turned a penny into $7 million. But again, this stuff takes time. You know, it takes people years to learn, you know, private bank or just banking in general, you know, at high finance level, you know, so it's not going to happen overnight. But yeah, I'm going to be sharing all the resources, all the books, all of the websites, all of that in the subscription page on Fanbase. So hope to see you there.
There are three things about the banking system that you probably don't know. The first
All right. So let me touch on what she just said. Let me touch on what she just said. Now, what she's talking about is the 250. It's not 300K. It's 250K. And what she's talking about is again that restricted ledger. Now, you have to ask yourself, can you have insurance on a vehicle that you don't have? And a lot of people say, yeah, but technically, no. So you can't have coverage on something that you don't have. So what happens is when you go and open up your account, you can open up an account for 1 cent and then close the account. So when you close the account, you still have that $250,000 that was drawn from your estate as a as the bank's liability in case you know default or you you don't hold up your end of the bargain to keep the account in good standing. That's why you always get a overdraft. Oh, wow, I've got so much reverb. Can y'all hear me? Can you 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 hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Yeah, so that's that's where that is coming from. So when you go and open up an account, um, instantly they pull 250 from your decedent's estate, and people are like, "Oh well, damn, I didn't know that." Well, that's where the $250,000 come from. It's a secret, but it's not a secret. But the main thing is that as long as you know banking and you understand insurance, then you'll know that the bank have to be covered. So if you're giving the bank a loan for 1 cent and they're able to take your loan and cover your and they're backed by your loan, back that you're gonna do the right thing with the account. So how and I'm trying to put it in layman terms so you all can understand like what's really happening instead of using ASC 860 deposits from account payable to accounts receivable in case of default, ASC 450 assets and liabilities. I'm trying to put it in a way that we can think of it as it refers to our everyday lives. Because when someone thinks about, oh, I can get 250,000 for the next 3 years, yeah. If you opened up an account and they close your account, now you have 250K that's sitting in the account, but you abandon those funds. So once you abandon those funds and you don't claim them, they go back to the IMF. And this is just my personal opinion to the best of my knowledge. And this is without penalty of perjury. Um, should I even say that? I just want you to know that you are the principal. Everything begins with you, everything ends with you. It don't matter if you're a police officer, it don't matter if you are a firefighter, it don't matter if you work at Kroger, it don't matter what walk of life you chose to be operating here on earth. But the one thing that we have to know is everything is covered when we're operating in commerce. You're covered. So once you know that you're covered and you understand the mechanics behind being a account holder and understand the mechanics of a institution being able to accept deposits from its depositors as a charter, then you will understand a little bit more on what I'm trying to say. Because, again, I got to remember, we live. And sometimes I can get a little carried away with talking or whatever, so I have to regroup and um, and be mindful of what I speak on, because it can be, again, we need essential workers, you know, and no point intended that I'm throwing shade like, oh damn, you want to keep a person down, you want to keep a person going to work, this, that, that. No, that's not it. The thing that I want to mainly target on is, if you don't know it, don't fuck with it. If you understand it, you don't need to question. That makes sense to you? If you don't know it, don't fuck with it. And if you do know it, enjoy life. Because it's a very slippery slope. It is a very slippery slope. Let's see. Yeah, we can all meet in the Republic. Right now, what I'm trying to stray away from is just having a group of individuals and we're all just working together. I'm sharing knowledge and information, but I have to get everyone up to speed to where they can have the capacity to think on to really think on the level that we all can build, because we have to have like the building blocks, you know, because we all have to feed off one another. And as long as we all feeding off one another, we all eating, then we all good.
I want to go a place I am.
Chase does not want you to know this secret. Yeah, Chase, you owe me $800 for a new cell phone. Man, you lost your mind. This is a bank. We don't just give out money for cell phones. Oh, yes, you do. Since I paid my cell phone bill with a Chase credit card every month, you all have to give me cell phone protection up to $800 if it's stolen or damaged. I see you read the fine print, huh? But keep that on the low. Don't tell everybody.
I'm calling because I wanted to speak about the.
All right, with the application.
I'm calling because I wanted to speak about the Go Rewards credit card that's in the hole for about, well, it's not in the hole, it's in the positive for close to $35,000.
Sure. What questions do you have in regards to that account?
Yeah, legal advocate.
I have my financial advocate on the phone with me. His name is Christopher.
Well, this call is being recorded for quality insurance purposes as well, and I would just need to hear you state that you would be allowing him to speak on your behalf, or are you allowing a third party to join the conversation?
Yes, I'm allowing him to do both.
Absolutely. And what questions do you have, Mr. Lott?
How you doing today, sir? My name is Christopher Thompson. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine. We filing his taxes, so I'm trying to make sure everything is in line and everything, because some stuff ain't looking right. But anyway, I just have a couple of questions. Who is the account owner of the account? The owner, like the name, first name, middle name, last name.
On which account?
On the account we're speaking about.
It would be Mr. Lott.
Mr. Lott. Okay. Second question I got. What is the account balance in full? Full account balance.
Mr. Lott, would it be okay with me providing?
Yes, he just gave me permission to speak on his behalf, sir.
Absolutely. I was just double checking that information. The current balance is $35,992.92.
Okay. The next question I got. Now, this is if I ask you this question, you have to be truthful about it, because this is he is the owner of the account. So if I ask you this, you have to be truthful about it. So I'm gonna ask you: is Mr. Lott still labeled as the original creditor on file?
That is correct.
Okay, he's still labeled as the original creditor on file. That's great. So with that being said, sir, the balance is $35,000 in the positive. He's the account owner, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Lott will be requesting that balance from you. He's the original creditor. He no longer needs you to collect that debt on his behalf no longer. He will send that to you in writing, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. You have a blessed and wonderful day, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, with the app.
I'm calling because I wanted to.
On that conversation that they just had, again, we are talking about accounts payable and accounts receivable. when you have an account receivable, there's the account that you are paying into. You're crediting the account. You're crediting the account. That's account receivable. That's the account that they use to um, show that this particular account is performing on a monthly basis. It's performing. Whenever you're making a payment into an account, that is called performance. And they create a contract, and that contract then binds you to a monthly obligation or weekly, whatever the terms are, weekly obligation, whatever. Now, on the flip side, you have accounts payable, and the account payable goes to the actual indenture of trustee to satisfy the investors. So now they're divvying up the funds that are coming in from that performing obligation. Now they are basically chopping up. Basically, they're chopping up the bread. They're chopping it up. All right, how much you invested into this derivative, and this is what your return will be on a monthly, yearly basis. This is what will be your return. Hands down, this is how this account is performing. Blase, blase. Now, by you being, should I even say that shit? By you being the account owner, you can choose to handle the account however you see fit. You can tender it, you can offset it, you can discharge, however you see fit. And the funds that is currently in the account on the positive side, have you ever noticed whenever you pay into account or pay too much into account, it'll be a negative? And they just apply that negative to the next month bill, right? The next month statement. They'll just apply whatever it is in the negative to the next month bill. And you have to ask yourself, well, how are you guys applying a negative to a bill that I haven't even gotten yet? Wouldn't that be a positive? I mean, you have to ask yourself, wouldn't that be a positive? The answer is no. Simply because you're paying into the accounts receivable. Everything that comes in through the account receivable is a negative. It serves as a credit. Remember, it is no more money. We bankrupt. Bankrupt system. So since it's a bankrupt system, everything that we now put into the account goes as credit. So when you're operating in that capacity, understand that trusts do not hold debts. They only hold credit. Okay? Let's continue. Let's continue. Any questions? Are there any questions?
Black folks, did you?
I see what you mean.
All right, with the application, again, remember, if your application is $150,000, remember, you gave it to me. All right, you gave it to me. I'm acting as Chase. Remember, I don't see any instructions. I don't see a tender of payment. What is a tender of payment? A tender of payment is instructions, meaning if you give me $100,000 in a suitcase and you don't give me any instructions, what am I supposed to do with it? What am I supposed to do with it? You see what I'm saying? So think about how much money you done fronted all these banks and you gave them no instructions. You literally gave them money and they gave them no instructions. So who is to blame? Is the government to blame? No, the only person you can blame is the one that you look in the mirror every morning you brush your teeth. That's if you brush your teeth.
Black folks, did you know that there is a
Now, what he's talking about as far as instructions, what he's talking about is that you have to properly endorse. Properly endorse. Simple as that. If you are trying to tender and you don't have the correct instructions on the negotiable instrument, so let's go through this. Let's go through this again. And people throw around this term negotiable instrument as if it has value in its core on how it sits, like right then and there. And it don't. You have to create the value for the negotiable instrument. So let's just use this as analogy. You go buy a car. You see a car. The car salesman tell you X amount of dollars for the car. He hand you a contract. Boom. And the notion of him handing you the contract, that contract now becomes a negotiable instrument because now you guys are in the negotiating stage. You're trying to negotiate the terms and what is going to be owed on this vehicle when you become the owner of it or whenever you take possession of it. You look at it, you go over the terms, you like the terms, you sign. In that motion, when you sign the contract, it actually then becomes a promissory note. You look at it, you sign it, you go over the terms, boom. Now you hand the promissory note back. So now think, we just went through two of the phases of this document, this piece of paper. At first, it was a contract. Then it became a negotiable instrument. Now it became a promissory note. The promissory note then get back in the hand of the dealership, of the car seller, whoever have the car, whatever, this car salesman. When he has the contract back in his hand, well, have the promissory note back in his hand, it now becomes a security because now that contract is now secured. It has been secured, right? So now the car salesman, he have to go and get funded. He can't wait on you 30 years to come and pay him for a $10,000 car. There's no way. They'll go bankrupt doing that. So what he do, he contact Ally, Santander, Chase, whoever, to make an offer. Say, hey, I got a contract here. It's worth $50,000. Give me, what will you give me on it? They come back and tell him, we'll give you $45,000 for it, and at the end of it, you'll have $5,000 in reserves because it's FR 16 part 1 says, shall in no event shall any contract be less than what was applied for. So the contract still has the value of the $50,000. So now, but he only got an offer at 45. So now he comes to the back to you. He comes back to you and say, I need $5,000 down because he got to make up for that. Because that's where that come from. When that down payment, that's where that come from. Because this is when they come and tell you, oh, well, we're gonna need this down. That's for you to know that this is what had just happened. They was only offered this amount for this contract on these terms, and they won't be able to get this amount right now. So what they will do is come to you and say, "Oh, well, yeah, we can get you in the car. It's going to be like $5,000 down, plus fees and dealership fees, tag, title, blower, tax, whatever." And you want the car, you give them the 5,000. Now that security is now ready to be pooled into a derivative pool. I'm sorry, I skipped the phase. Now that security has now became marketable. Now you have to market the security. It's a marketable security. Hey, I got a $50,000 contract. Who want it? It's time for it to go live. I got a $50,000 contract. Who wants this contract? Now it becomes a marketable security. Once he finds someone to actually give him his paying agent to find someone to actually securitize this particular security, it then becomes to the paying agent a derivative, because now it's a derivative pool, because now they got all of their contracts and they pull them all together that they have purchased from this dealer for a month or however long they've been collecting. Now, all of these securities together becomes a bond, and bonds are based on the valuation of the asset. So if the bond is based on the valuation of the asset, then how does this tie into me? I'm just the person who came and bought the car. I'm just, I'm just a regular, go to work, come home, smile, kiss my kids, kiss my wife, keep pushing. I'm just a normal person. I don't deal with all this security stuff and this, that. I don't deal with none of that. How's that privy information to me? It's so you can understand that as long as that contract is alive, and as long as that contract is collecting interest and dividend payments, you are entitled to them. Also, as long as that contract is alive, you have certain rights. You can contact whoever you got the contract for and ask them for a copy of their bill of rights. And where do you send your remittances to? Because every company have their own bill of rights. Every company have a particular address where they collect their remittances. So again, make sure you are endorsing your bearer bonds properly.
Reporting agency that the banks can see that most of y'all don't even know about. Most of y'all don't even know it exists. Y'all always think of the big three: Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. But I want to talk to y'all about LexisNexis Risk Solutions, the silent big player in the background. Now, while people only know about the main three bureaus that I just named, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion, those are companies that actually show your credit score and credit report. But here's the part a lot of people don't realize. Pay attention. There are data companies behind the scenes collecting information about you. They're talking about your bankruptcies, your court records, your liens, your judgments. They have your address history, your insurance claim. That's where insurance companies go to get information about you and charge you how much they need to charge you for car insurance and stuff. They got your property records. And companies like LexisNexis compile those records and make them available to lenders, insurers.
Absolutely. A lot of people don't know the reason that banks won't allow you to take out all your money out of your account, or you can't take out a certain.
Okay, so what she's talking about is the secondary data furnishers. There are called Axum, Nexus Lexus, SageStream, Experian, Experian Logic. Um, that's just to name a few. But with these companies, if you opt out, you will get denied a lot. So I personally um, like to give them information that's not privy to me. That way, if somebody gets your identity, if somebody you have identity theft or anything like that, they have information that is no longer for you, right? But you can contact the creditor and say, "Hey, I no longer live," and I don't give credit advice or anything like that. But one of the main ways that people try to get things off their credit is they'll contact these creditors and say, "Hey, I no longer live at this address. Could you please update? Hey, this account was sold to a debt collector. The original person who furnished this account should report the account as zero because they have been paid, and the account is now with a debt collection agency." Now they like to play to where they say that, well, we didn't buy this account. We're just operating as a broker for them to collect the debt. So now you got another issue. This FRCA 604B, to where you didn't release your information to anybody. Why do you have my info? And people don't understand how serious. I got federal claims going right now against individuals and companies that have mishandled my personal information. So getting somebody's identity is a federal offense. So now you have that's where they're saying that you can go and sue them and have a check coming from the creditor and so on and so forth. But those are the secondary data furnishers that are out there outside of TransUnion, Experian, and Equifax. Again, it's SageStream, Lexis, Experian, Experian Logic, Axum, and CoreLogic. Um, I forgot the other one, but they gave you enough for you to start. Okay, they gave you enough for you to start.
Amount of money, because again, what Jason just said, they're trading your money in the market. Mm-hmm. They're banking on you having $50,000 in your account, so they're gonna let you. We'll let Jason get out 5,000 because we need 45,000 to trade. When I started finding out all about that, I was like, wow, we have been scammed. So we need to start learning what they're doing.
Right.
Most of you don't even know that you're being finessed. The day you go to the bank finessing you, your mortgage company finessing you, your finance company, your credit union, they the biggest finessers on the planet. If you don't believe me, let me show you something. Let me tell y'all how the mortgage game go. Mortgage banks, they tell mortgage brokers, if you put the screws to them, we'll give you a Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari. You make these many loans this month, we'll send your family on a vacation. You do $2 million this month, we'll buy y'all a jet. Because they getting over on who? On you.
The people.
Banking is the greatest scam they ever made for a guy like me. Because I come from the street hustling. And when I found banking, I thought I had found the lottery. Because it's like the lottery. You make all your money, nobody has no clue how you make money.
Legalized loan sharking. Yeah, legalized loan sharking. That's all.
If you out here, and this is why I tell everyone, if you're not making $1 million a year right now, get at me. Let me help you. Let me help you get there, because it ain't hard. I can get you there.
This man is literally exposing the banking system on camera. And then y'all better screen record.
Okay. First of all, banks, I used to teach these guys, if you want money, don't get an LLC, because that's not a special purpose.
Special purpose vehicle, what he's about to say. I never seen this video either, but I know that's what he's about to say.
Vehicle. I want you to write that down. Special purpose vehicle. And then I want you to write down a special purpose entity. Special purpose entity, special purpose vehicle. Now, why do I say we need to know as CEOs? We have to stop starting businesses and give out a card that says, oh, I'm the CEO, I'm the founder of the company, and we know nothing about being a CEO. So we're gonna learn a little bit today, all right? So now, the 5 bureaus, the 5 corporations, LLC, that is limited liability corporation.
Y'all, so I'm gonna give y'all some secrets that the banks don't want y'all to ever figure out. If y'all ever wonder why somebody with a higher credit score is getting denied for shit.
So talk about that. I like to break down these videos because this it also sharpens me. You know, I'm only one person. You know, so like even when I have my talks with my members in the Republic, when they have certain questions, it also it keep me on my toes. It keep me sharp. And for a long time, you know, I never spoke about what I, you know, what I did or how I do or whatever until now. But it feels like it's a shift in the planet, and a lot of people are starting to wake up. A lot of people are starting to, you know, be better than they ever thought they could possibly be. A lot of people are starting to be more resourceful. A lot of people are starting to mature in ways that internally that they are more pure and they can be, you know, susceptible to new information that can like better their lives. Not and everybody's just so focused on uh, finance. It could be somebody who homeless who is living better mentally than someone who have all the money in the world. You know, and the main thing is that as long as you go out every day and you pray to God and you ask him for guidance, you ask him for forgiveness. And some people don't believe in God. Some people intentionally wake up and do malicious things for no reason. They know better. But they're gonna have to answer to someone when it's all said and done. But that's not to stray away from say, no, damn, man, how the hell you get from that to talk about the SBV? Um, I just want you to know that now is the time for you to actually get a trust. It's not nothing that I'm saying that without penalty of perjury or without prejudice. But the trust is the way because again, trust do not hold debt. They only hold assets. So if you got a special purpose vehicle in which you're operating out of solely for everybody right now should have a church. All right. In a church, you don't have to have, you know, uh, a building with the cross in front of it and all that stuff. You don't have to have any of that to have a church. You can it's private foundation. You can have a church, ecclesiastical trust. And with that ecclesiastical trust, there is governed under common law. And the only person I read, where my Bible at? I read Matthew, I think it's Matthew chapter 17, verse 24. And he was and Jesus was talking about tax. and it says something along the line of, do the kings tax man in his own village, or do he tax others? Well, if he tax, if he is trying to impose a tax on man, go and get a fish, catch your first fish, and let it pull the shackle out of his mouth and give that to the king, and now his tax is paid. So what he's saying is that when you get your first, if you feel like you want to be taxed, here, give a portion of your majority to the government or whoever is trying to put taxation on you, and let that be their food, because you're voluntarily to pay tax, but you'll use this special purpose vehicle to put your assets in, put your home in, put your car in, to work through. Um, every year or every month, you should have a monthly meeting with your family, giving them instructions on, okay, what you want to do for the rest of the year, what you want to do this month. Okay, you want to do this month. Remember, you're talking to another person with a SSN, regardless if they're related to you or not. They still have an SSN. So, okay, what you want to do this month? I want to do X, Y, Z, this, that, and the third. You are now being an advisor, and you have to be compensated for that. And how do you get compensated for that? Have to join the public to find out. Have to join the public to find out.
But somebody with a trash ass credit profile is getting approved for shit. I'm gonna tell y'all why. Okay, so the banks, they only looking at a couple different things. So I always tell y'all that score is literally just a number. So when y'all applying for credit cards, the bank is gonna look at your overall utilization on any other accounts that you have. They're looking at your debt to income ratio, and they're also looking at your income. So that's how somebody with a trash ass credit profile may have an advantage versus somebody with a higher credit score, because that score is not that score is just a number. They're looking at your credit profile and how it's structured. So if somebody has a 555 credit score, but their utilization is right where it needs to be, they have the right amount of income. That's what they're looking at. And as long as they don't have any late payments, that's what the bank is looking for. So keep that in mind, because y'all always be saying, I can't get approved for the cards you be posting, coach. Give us some bad credit-friendly cards. Well, there's no such thing as a bad credit-friendly credit card. The banks are just looking at certain shit. And when y'all stop focusing on building up that score and focus on building up your report, then you can get approved. Those are the top 3 things that the banks are literally looking at. They don't care how high your credit score is. They don't care if you got an 810, 815. They don't care about that. Now, not saying if you got jacked up credit, don't ever just misconstrue that. Not saying if your credit is jacked up and you have charge-off and repos and student loans and evictions on your credit, that's going to get you an approval, because that is not what I am saying. You can have a low credit score, but your credit profile is still pretty decent as far as you don't have any late payments, your utilization is low, and your income is incoming. That's one of the biggest things with these credit card approvals is income. If you make enough, they feel like they can give you a bigger limit because you can afford to pay it back. If y'all want more tips, comment down below and say tips in the chat. And I'll give y'all some more tips. And I'll give y'all some.
Banks don't win foreclosure because you're wrong. They win because you.
You don't know. They can never have a real deed. They only can have a deed on power.
You never see the full ledger. This content does not encourage avoidance of laws, regulations, or lawful obligations. It is educational discussion of legal history and financial structures. When a bank claims default, they control the accounting. They securitize the debt, transfer the risk, and get paid through insurance guarantees or credit instruments. Yet the homeowner is still treated as if the debt is unpaid. Equity has long recognized this as unjust enrichment. A party cannot be paid twice for the same obligation, says Story in section 499 of his 1836 publication. But modern practice often ignores Joseph Story and that rule. Here's what almost no one tells you. Equity cares about substance over form, not paperwork over truth. Once you understand that, foreclosure looks very different. This is educational commentary, not legal advice. And if this made you pause, ask the right questions, then bring them to www.lonewolfpack.net for more information. My name is Patrick with Lone Wolf Pack Ministry. Have an amazing day.
Got another good one for you. Another shocking bank secret. Most people don't know this, but I dare say you have never paid a bill in your entire life. If your bank account is based on Federal Reserve notes that you deposited through your paycheck or payment for services, whatever. If it's based on Federal Reserve notes, you didn't make a payment because payment is not possible. You discharge the debt. Yes, the FRNs, the Federal Reserve notes, are legal tender, but it still doesn't make it lawful money. It is substitute money because it is a compelled benefit. So I'll leave that right there. But yeah, the bottom line is you've never paid a bill a day in your life. You have been discharging debt because that is what was compelled. That's part of the compelled benefit that we were taught, that we were only taught to use that one way of conducting our affairs. But I have something new for you. So I've been studying law and bank law in particular for a long time. So I got a lot, like 10 years under my belt, and I'm still learning. But if you want to go further faster, you can take a look at my courses. And because I can't do, there's so much foundational knowledge that you need in order to shorten the learning curve. And I can't do it even in multiple short videos here on social media, right? So go to aneliasutton.com, right? And check out debt discharge and check out private banking. That's all I'm gonna say. Please remember to do all of the button things because that inspires me and encourages me to keep sharing and keep coming back. I really, really appreciate it, especially when you share the videos. Share, because you never know who's going to be blessed by hearing this. Also, I'm sharing free lessons via email through my newsletter called Tribe Vibes. So go to aneliasutton.com and subscribe. It's free.
Give him the game though.
So I took this money out of my account. The band broke, but it's 10.
Hey, y'all gonna have to work with me because I'm still learning how to operate this thing.
$10,000, right? I'm gonna use this 10,000 to go get more money. It's 3 types of credit, y'all. Most people don't know this. It's personal credit, business credit, and banking. credit. If I put this 10,000 in a bank account and let it sit for a 90-day period, I'm going to develop a banking rating. A bank rating tells the bank how much more debt a business can actually take on. So if you leave something like $10,000 in a bank account and add some more cash flow to it over a 90-day period, and then apply for a business credit card, and then apply for a business line of credit, that's going to allow you to maximize the products. So let's say, for example, the bank I'm going to give me up to 100,000. That's what I'm doing. So the $10,000, I'm going to take this 10,000 in to go turn into $100,000 in 90 days. After those 90 days, I'm going to pull my 10K out, take it to another bank I know that'll give me another 50 to 100,000 and run the same play. In a year's time, just with this first $10,000, I've turned it into 400,000, being strategic, guys.
TD Bank just quietly started approving 680 scores for $25,000 credit cards, and nobody's talking about it. Guys, I need you to listen up. You've been told 680 isn't good enough, that you need a 720 or a 750 to see a real limit. That's what Chase says. That's what Capital One says. That's probably what your own bank said.
Who's on the side of the video? Oh, we're looking up. I don't have that shit in my search history. I'm like, what the fuck? What's that?
Last month, but I need you to pay attention to this. TD's Double Up card has 2% cash back on every purchase, $200 sign up bonus after $1,500 in spending, no annual fee. This credit union has a
Y'all know I don't gatekeep. I'm giving all the sauce. I'm about to show you how to get funded in 3 days with a brand new LLC. Let's go.
You want to do is you want to head over to NAV. You
need the pressure. You need the pressure. I'm like hearing about the pressure.
When you go and apply for a business loan, whether that's a business line of credit, whether that's a business credit card or business loan, they're going to ask for 3 to 6 months of business bank statements. What bank statements do you think we're going to give them? Do you think we'll give them the bank statements from our expense account? Or do you think we'll give them the statements from our tax account? Probably not. We can give them the statements to our income account. Our income account shows money coming in every day of the week. So when the underwriter is looking, let's see how this business's financial picture looks like for us to give it credit. They have 100 deposits coming. They have the money coming in every day, every week. How much are they spending? Wow. They only have 2 outflows coming out of their account per month. What this is going to do, guys, this is going to increase the likelihood for you getting approved for funding by at least 50%.
Whatever you do, never open a bank account in your own name. My father taught me this the day I received my first paycheck. I did what most people do. Deposited the money straight into a personal account. My name, my bank, simple. My father looked at me and said, "You just made yourself a target." I did not understand. He explained, "The moment money sits in your name, it is exposed. Creditors can find it. Lawyers can freeze it. Anyone with a legal claim can take it, legally, completely." The old families understood this generations ago. They never owned anything directly. They controlled everything through structures. Here is what he taught me to do. Step 1, create a revocable trust. You are both the grantor and the trustee. You maintain complete control. Step 2, obtain an EIN from the IRS. This is a tax identification number for the trust, separate from your personal social security number. Step 3, open your bank accounts under the trust's name, not your name. Money is still yours. You spend it, you invest it, you move it as you wish. But on paper, it is not attached to you personally. If someone sues you, they cannot touch what they cannot see. This is what the wealthy have done quietly for generations. Own nothing on paper, control everything in reality. Follow for more.
If y'all ain't know, in 2025, Navy Federal is played out. Now, y'all know I don't gatekeep, so I'm going to show you how to access even better banks than Navy Federal that'll fund you $25,000 to $50,000 even with bad credit. So what you want to do, the backdoor method, that you want to go to the American Consumer Council. When you go to the American Consumer Council, they're going to give you a certificate. That certificate makes you eligible for credit unions that are better than Navy Federal. These credit unions are where you're going to get your high limit cars from. A lot of people don't know that big banks don't give you the limits. Credit unions do it. And this secret right here is how you're going to get access to the banks that's giving out a bag.
If you put $1,000 in the bank or you borrow $1,000 from the bank, guess what? The bank now has $10,000 on their books because the bank is special. You can't do that in your household. Like if you take $1,000 out of your drawer and say, oh, now I'm worth $10,000. You can't do that. But the bank can do that. So they want to give you the money more than you want it. You're helping them just as much or more than they're helping you. But you have to know the regulation or the rules to get it. In order to get the money, there's certain things that's called SIC codes that make you qualify. A SIC code is like an identifier. Let's say 2329, for instance. 2329 would mean I'm a truck driver, 23, and 29, I'm in the transportation industry. So the best thing is like marketing, consulting, ITT. They love those. Things that are risky like doctors, trucks, real estate, they don't like those. If you look up SIC codes at the banks, you have a better chance of getting the money. And if you look up SIC codes that they don't like, then you don't go in with the wrong code, so they're going to say no, declination.
Okay, so I want to continue this bank secrets, series of videos. And let me start off by saying go to the Positive Penny playlist because I do a little bit more explaining how I went from a negative $1,700 to $7 million, and the bank had closed the account. Okay, so I wanted to just stop right there. Go to the Positive Penny story, Positive Penny playlist for a little bit more information about that. What I want to emphasize is I stumbled upon the bank secrets and the bank fraud and the bank codes and all of the things that were necessary that came together for me was because I am a legal researcher at heart, right? I started this whole legal research journey because my own daughter was railroaded in court with lies. So I just became obsessed with wanting to know and wanting to find answers, right? So that's my background. Do I know everything? Hell no. Am I still learning? Of course. But I will teach you everything that I know so that you can surpass me. I have to do it responsibly. I am not gatekeeping. I'm not trying to hustle anybody. But I have to do it responsibly because as much as I want to share the information, it makes me a target. People are literally chomping at the bits, waiting for me to drop knowledge so that they can steal it, repackage it, and resell it. It's happened too many times, more times than I can count. Okay, so I have to protect the value of the information so that it can get into the right hands, meaning positive people, and it can get so that when you get the information, you can share the information properly down your lineage, and so that you can preserve your generational wealth, because this will create generational wealth. The biggest secret that the banks don't want us to know is that we are the source of the credit. We are literally the walking, talking, breathing gold. When you learn how to access it, you'll never have to worry about finances again. And that's what I'm here to teach responsibly. Go to the link in the bio.
Banks will hate me for telling you this secret. Hey, banker, I'm here to invest my 10.
And if you notice, most people that have substance in this space they mainly talk about um, the information getting in the wrong hands, and make sure that the people who are using the information, that they are not abusing it and trying to just get over on this. It's it's not about any of that. It's not about you trying to, like I said the other day, it's not about revenge to your oppressors and shit like that. It's not about any of that. Just about understanding. That's it. It's just about understanding. It's super simple. It's just about understanding. That's all. And once you are able to interpret some of the banking codes and the laws, you can now be able to operate at a higher capacity for your benefit. And like just for my pastime reading, I just go and read Pacer. I just go pull up, and I like how the judges articulate themselves when they're passing laws through Congress, and well, when they're ruling on laws that are being passed through Congress, it's like they're using words in a form of like poetry or art type deal. Because I never just go and read Pacer and just read some of those Supreme Court rulings, and just listen how the judge articulate themselves, how they articulating themselves like back and forth when they're doing these rulings is really is really something to read, because it wake you up to like, damn, all these words, I gotta get my vocabulary right, because they're saying one word that can mean a paragraph of what I'm trying to explain. So like when we start to dig into the main, mechanics of banking, we have to understand, word etiquette. We have to understand the processes and what we're seeking, and what are you really looking for? Because you can say, oh, I want to just like, but what are you really trying to do though? Okay, you want to discharge, but so okay, you want to discharge, but so what do you want to do? I want to discharge it. Okay, how you want me to do that? I don't know, just discharge it. Oh well, I heard I got a secret account that's tied to millions and millions of dollars. I want access to it right now. Give it to me right now. I want it right now. I want it right now. Give it to me. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I've never heard of an account that got millions of dollars in it. When you find out, let me know. That way I ain't gotta come and answer your questions to what you asking me. You understand? So it's like it becomes a time to where it's like you gotta just sit down, get the right mentor, and just lock in. And just lock in. Just take out about 2 hours out your day, and just use those 2 hours just straight for you, all studying. Just straight for, take these 2 hours, just, I'm saying the minimum, 2 hours. You spend that losing time strolling. I know you do. I know you do. You take that 2 hours just losing time, just blowing time, just scrolling on IG. Just scrolling through the internet. Pointless scrolling. You then now they got it's getting worse, because now you strolling, and things that you are not haven't even spoken of are popping up. Things that you're thinking is popping up on your timeline. What is really going on? You know what I'm saying? What is really going on? And the sooner that you understand that these people at these institutions, these depositories that you're calling, that they can't help you. There's no one coming to save you. And you have to be responsible for your own actions. You have to be responsible for yourself. You can't make these folks do nothing. You can't make them do anything. You can't make these folks hear you. You can't make these folks listen to you. You can't make these folks, oh, well, I read this regulation, I read that regulation, but it said that you're supposed to do. When you find out, let me know. That way I don't have to be here. It's not their job for you to tell them their job that they should know something that you know, and you're placing the obligation on them that they should know. You got a problem. Even if you send them what's called, it's called um, a notice, duty to accommodate. That's the proper term for it. Duty to accommodate. The duty to accommodate is if you're sending in a notice or a document and it's pertaining to their office or to where they're working at, and you don't properly know how to do what you're sending in. You don't have any instructions for it. You can submit a duty to accommodate notice to them for them to tell you the proper way. Everybody looking for this, everything you can possibly want to know is you can just go do a FOIA request. It's all public information. Everything that I talk about is public information. Everything that I know majority came from FOIA. But it's just the questions that you need answered. You just have to have a way to say them to where they can actually know where to go to look.
$1,000 for 3 months. Sure thing, sir. How would you like a savings account with 1% yearly returns? 1% is crazy. Do you have anything else? Okay, we do have a high yield savings account that pays 4% yearly. How's that? Absolutely not. I know how to get 5.5%.
And before I even finish this, I already know he's talking about Treasury Direct. Treasury Direct have a part to where you can actually buy notes and securities at a percentage rate, and you get a return on per month. That's way better than any type of savings CD account that you can have at the institution or whatever. You can actually buy treasury instruments from the treasury. Like, that's crazy, right? You can buy money from the treasury. You can use your in the thing, and that's another thing that further lets us know that our labor credit, our sweat equity that we have to go out and earn money, actually have value, because they will take that in and pay us for it. They will choose to take your sweat equity money and pay you back for your sweat equity money. But they put it as, okay, well, we'll give you this amount as far as interest payment because this is what you're depositing. It's your life force that you're using. It's your life force that you're using to create money. So when you go actually make that deposit into the institution, I'm saying when you're going to go buy when you actually going to go buy these treasury notes, these treasury bills, and then you can, they got to where you can do 4 week, 8 week, 16 week, a year, 5 year, 10 year, however you want to do it, to where it's generating funds for you. Is you have to? I had to think about what benefit is it to them. Like, really? Like, what benefit is it for them to sell me treasury notes and you are making the money? Like, what benefit is it? It's because our sweat equity has the value, our life force. When you actually go out and earn the money instead of creating, that money is treated as gold, opposed to money just being created by a machine.
Wait, you know about treasury bills? Yes, I do. Yeah, well, I don't care. The average person does not know how to buy them directly from the government. Oh yeah? Watch this. Does this look familiar? What, the Treasury's official page? Yep, and once here, you're gonna scroll down and then create a new account. Now once you've created your new account, click Buy Direct and select Bills. Now once you're done and click Submit at the bottom, you're going to be asked for the duration of your bills. Most people like 3 months. Now a secret that the bank won't tell you, most times they take your savings account and buy treasury bills themselves. Now once they have the bills and the returns, they give you back 4% and keep 1.5% for themselves. Isn't that essentially arbitrage? Sorry to burst your bubble, but do you want the savings account or not? No, I'm going to save this video so when I'm ready to buy my own treasury bills, I could cut you out the middle. Oh yeah, and who taught you that? I just simply follow Bam Josh.
Banks secretly take remittance coupons. Someone at bank confirmed it. But this girl recommends billing error notice method.
You guys, I was at Chase Bank earlier this
But you can
morning,
try
and I
bank.
actually recorded
Here,
the
call.
lady who was there, so I have more proof. And receipts for you guys. Just listen.
To teach others how to do this process, what is it considered? Like if they were to go into Chase Bank, because I'm like, I know someone who knows how to do it. Of course, people don't live here. So what would it be considered? Is it like a security deposit? Isn't it what it is? So I just run it as a normal deposit. You run it as a normal deposit? So what would they ask for? Like when you called the last representative last time I was here, like what did they tell you? Because a lot of people have problems with this, and I'm like, you guys, it is a check. Yeah. But they don't, for some reason the representatives are like, no, we can't do that here.
Okay. So, I mean, the guy that I talked to, he's another branch manager at a different location. He was telling me that it's kind of like a cash advance. So if you pulling your money off of like a credit card or something,
right?
It doesn't check form. So he said to just run it as a deposit.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said that typically it's like a lot of the times, considering like how it is done, it's like it might take like a couple of days to like clear, but yeah.
Okay. I know a lot of people.
Black folks, did you know that there is a reporting agency that the banks can see that most of y'all don't even know about? Most of y'all don't even know it exists. Y'all always think of the big three, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. But I want to talk to y'all about LexisNexis Risk Solutions, the silent big player in the background. Now, while people only know about the main three bureaus that I just named, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion, those are companies that actually show your credit score and credit report. But here's the part a lot of people don't realize. Pay attention. There are data companies behind the scenes collecting information about you. They're talking about your bankruptcies, your court records, your liens, your judgments. They have your address history, your insurance claim. That's where insurance companies go to get information about you and charge you how much they need to charge you for car insurance and stuff. They got your property records. And companies like LexisNexis compile those records and make them available to lenders, insurers.
Chase does not want you to know this secret. Yeah, Chase, you owe me $800 for a new cell phone. Man, you lost your mind. This is a bank. We don't just give out money for cell phones. Oh, yes, you do. Since I paid my cell phone bill with a Chase credit card every month, you all have to give me cell phone protection up to $800 if it's stolen or damaged. I see you read the fine print, huh? But keep that on the low. Don't tell everybody.
You'll never get wealthy as long as you're working for money. You're only going to get wealthy when you learn how to make your money work for you.
Let's look at 5 secrets the bank doesn't want you to know. Number 1, high interest loans fund low interest savings account. Your savings account gives you very low interest, but what funds it is the high interest loans like the credit cards, the mortgage, the personal loans. All of those things are the ones that fund your interest. So you can imagine how much gains the banks are making every time. Number two, the fees are major profit centers for the banks. Many banks rely heavily on fees for their income. So overdraft fees, maintenance fees, transfer fees, all of these fees, they are what makes the bank make money. So as much as possible, you can avoid these fees by opting out for fee-free accounts and being aware of the bank terms and conditions. Compound interest can work against you, and the banks understand this. While compound interest is great for investments, it can hurt you if you carry high interest debts like credit cards. The banks benefit from customers who only do minimum payments on their debts. Why? Because the interest will pile up. If you're going through debt situation right now and you're looking for a way out, put in the comment section debts or DM me the word debt and I'll show you a strategy how to get out of debt quick. Number 4, the banks understands investment. They tell you to save, but guess what? The banks do not even save the money you bring to them. They invest the money you bring to them. The banks invest your deposits through various financial products and they earn profit on your investment. But guess what? They give you a little interest on your savings. So who is smarter? Why don't you invest the money? Over time, you'll get more returns on your investments. Number 5, you don't need the banks for loans. Alternative lending options like credit unions, peer-to-peer lending, or online platforms can often offer you better interest rates than traditional banks. The banks want you to think they are the only ones that can give you loans, but guess what? That's not true. If you want to learn more strategies on how to grow your money, my name is Ajiri Alibo and my purpose is to help you create wealth. And I'll teach you different strategies on growing wealth. These are 5 things the banks doesn't want you to know.
There are 3 things about the banking system that you probably don't.
For you, another bank secret.
The bank is a lending institution, not hold your money institution. And they have many things that they don't tell you about. So you know, you have bank statements for 3 months, you can get a bank statement loan. You can get a merchant account loan. You can get a revolving credit cards. You can get installment lines. All these things are available, but they're not going to tell you how to do it. They're not going to guide you because they can't. So there are certain things like letters of credit. So let's say you want to make a deal with somebody. If you say, I want to purchase this apartment building, and you tell the guy, you say, but I want you to be the bank, right? I don't want to go to the bank. I want you to be the bank and carry that note for me, right? I'm going to buy this 100-unit apartment complex. There's no need to put money down. Why? Because first of all, whoever's funding you knows that if it's 65% occupied, then that's your cash flow. Number 2 is there's the collateral. The place is the collateral, right? So that's what the criteria is all about. You meet the criteria. But a lot of times a person that's going to carry a large note, 5 million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, they want to see, do you have anything to back you up? So you can go to the bank with a letter of intent from that guy and says, I intend to do this deal with you. Now you take that to the bank works the deal and says, well, okay, you got a letter of intent. That's like gold. Now you walk in, the bank says, well, we'll give you a letter of credit. That tells this guy, we'll back you up. And now the deal is done.
Another bank secret. They don't want you to know. Have you ever been denied credit? Did you ever apply for something using your social security number and the bank or the company said no? Well, how rude. Given the fact that the entire consumer transaction is predicated on your unlimited.
KK, I got you coming up. I had about 6 one-on-ones this past weekend, and I don't put one-on-one. I don't put a time limit on the on my one-on-ones, bro. When we ride, we just ride out. I don't do no time limits. I don't have, we just ride out. I don't be counting the time and be like, all right, you got 5 seconds left. I don't do any of that. I had a one-on-one last till 4 o'clock in the morning. I ain't bullshit. I ain't bullshitting. From 8 p.m. to 4 in the morning. And we was rolling, and I was tired as hell. But I wanted to make sure that they fully understood what they was asking, and they had a lot of questions as it pertains to um, the fundamentals of how mortgages work. So sometimes these one-on-ones can last for a minute. I just don't like to put time limits on them because I don't want anybody to be in a panicking state. Like, oh, well, let me get this question. Oh, let me get so. No, we're just gonna just relax. We're just gonna. You don't have to be like that because if you if you're moving like that, you're not gonna really digest the information. It's almost like how you um how you want to look at a movie. How you ever plan you and your girl go plan and go look at a movie, but you got so much other shit going on, like you didn't even clear your schedule and set aside this particular time off with your kids, and you got so much other shit going on to where you didn't set aside the time. You can't even enjoy it because you got all this other stuff going on that you didn't even just prep time for. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't put the one-on-ones on that amount. I do have you to make sure you got your questions written down, but like as far as like time limits and stuff like that, we just ride out. We just ride out, and I just I prefer it that way. No bull, I prefer it that way.
Credit. How rude. Here's the code. Title 15, subsection 1611. False and misleading denial of my own credit. Yes. And for extra sauce, ask to speak to the underwriter and give the underwriter that code. See what happens. Tell the underwriters you want a listing of all of the factors that were involved in this consumer transaction. It's not a credit transaction. It is a consumer transaction because you wanted to access a portion of your unlimited credit.
Jason has a 761 credit score. He has never missed a payment in his life. He has 2 credit cards with a combined $23,000 limit that he pays off in full every month. He has a stable job earning $78,000 a year, the same job he has held for 4 years. When he applied for a mortgage last month, he expected the process to be straightforward. Good credit, stable income, solid down payment. He should be exactly the kind of borrower banks love. Instead, he got an interest rate a full 0.5% higher than his coworker, a coworker with a 742 credit score, less time at his job, and nearly identical income. When Jason asked the loan officer why, she gave him a vague answer about overall risk assessment and proprietary underwriting factors. What she did not tell him, what she probably could not tell him even if she wanted to, is that Jason has a second score. A score he has never seen, a score that is not on any credit report he can access, a score that the bank calculated using data points Jason didn't even know they were collecting. His FICO score said he was a great borrower. The bank's internal algorithm said something different, and that invisible number just cost him approximately $27,000 in additional interest over the life of his mortgage. He will pay that money and never understand why. He will assume it was just how things worked out. He will be wrong. I am Bobby, and I spent the last 6 months investigating the hidden scoring systems that financial institutions use to rank your worthiness, systems that go far beyond the credit score you check on Credit Karma. If you have ever been denied credit and couldn't figure out why, if you have ever gotten a worse rate than you expected despite doing everything right, make sure to hit that subscribe button. What I'm about to show you is a shadow system of financial judgment that most people don't even know exists. I call it the invisible score, and it is shaping your financial life in ways you cannot see and were never told about. Here's the thing about credit scores that most people fundamentally misunderstand. Your FICO score is not the only number that matters. It's not even the most important number for many lending decisions. It's just the only number you're allowed to see. Banks, credit card companies, insurance providers, and increasingly landlords and employers all use proprietary scoring models that incorporate far more data than the 5 factors in your traditional credit score. According to a 2023 report from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, major financial institutions use an average of over 200 data points to make lending decisions, most of which are not disclosed to consumers, and many of which have nothing to do with your credit history. They're looking at your transaction patterns, not just how much you spend, but what you spend it on. A 2019 study published in the Journal of Consumer Finance found that spending at certain merchant categories, pawn shops, discount retailers, gambling establishments, was negatively correlated with loan repayment rates. So banks started incorporating merchant category codes into their algorithms. Buy a couch at a high-end furniture store and the algorithm sees stability. Buy the same couch at a rent-to-own place and the algorithm sees risk. Same purchase, same dollar amount, different invisible score.
Picture this. You walk into the bank, proudly making a deposit, thinking your money is safe and quietly growing. But here's the truth. It's not just sitting there. The bank instantly takes your money and uses it for its own purposes. Loans, investments, and profits you'll never see. Meanwhile, your savings lose value every day, thanks to inflation, fees, and interest rates designed to benefit them, not you. The financial system isn't built to make you rich. It's built to keep you dependent. In this video, we're breaking down 14 money secrets that banks don't want you to know. From how they really make money off your deposits to the tricks they use to keep you in debt. So pay close attention, because once you understand these secrets, you'll never look at your bank the same way again, and when you will hear about the 11th secret, you will be completely shocked, and you will understand why the banker always behaves kindly towards you. So leave a like, and let's start with secret number 1, which will already give you a good initial shock. Keeping money in a bank makes you poorer. Most people believe that putting money in a bank account is the safest and smartest way to grow wealth. You deposit your savings and expect them to increase slowly over time. Maybe you think the bank is paying you interest, so at least you are getting something. But here's the truth. The interest you get is almost nothing compared to the money you lose. Let's imagine you deposit $1,000 into a savings account. The bank promises you 0.5% interest. That means after a year you have earned $5. But inflation, which is the natural rise in prices every year, is around 3%. That means the true value of your $1,000 is shrinking by $30. You gained 5 but lost 30. You are already down $25 just by trusting the bank. Now scale this up. Imagine keeping $10,000 in the bank for 10 years. You might earn a couple $100 in interest, but inflation will eat away thousands of dollars worth of your purchasing power. Your money is safer under your mattress than in a savings account, because at least there it won't be eaten by inflation disguised as security. Banks want you to believe they are doing you a favour, but in reality they take your deposits and lend them out at much higher interest rates. You get 0.5%, while they charge someone else 20% on a credit card. Do you see who wins in this game? Secret number 2. Banks create money out of thin air. Most people believe that only the government can create money. They think the central bank prints it, and that's all. But here is the hidden truth. Every single bank in the country creates money legally, and they do it every day. Imagine this, you deposit $1,000 in your bank. That money should just sit there, right? Wrong. By law, the bank only needs to keep a small fraction of your deposit as reserves. The rest they can lend out. Let's say they keep 100 and lend out 900. But here's the trick. When you log into your account, you still see your $1,000 sitting there. At the same time, the person who borrowed the $900 sees that money in their account. Suddenly there are $1,900 in existence instead of $1,000. The bank just created $900 out of thin air. Multiply this by millions of deposits every single day, and you realize that banks are literally manufacturing money that never existed before. And of course, they charge interest on this money they invented. That means banks profit not just from your savings, but from the illusion of money itself. They don't want you to think about this too much because if everyone understood how this worked, there would probably be a revolution before tomorrow morning. And there could be a revolution even after you hear the secret 8. Secret number 3, credit cards are the bank's secret weapon. Do you have a credit card? Most people do. They are convenient. They allow you to buy things even when you don't have the cash. But credit cards are designed not to help you, but to trap you. Think about this. The average credit card interest rate is around 20%. That means if you owe $1,000 and cannot pay it off this month, next month your debt grows by $200. And if you only make the minimum payment, you will still be in debt for years. 70% of people with credit card debt admit they can't pay it off in full this year, and most will carry it for years. Some don't even know when they will finally pay it down. This is exactly what banks want. They don't make money when you pay your balance in full. They make money when you get stuck. Let's take a simple example. You buy a $500 television on your credit card. If you only pay the minimum every month, you could easily end up paying $700 or even $1,000 for that television. The bank wins, you lose. Credit cards are not free money. They are weapons carefully designed to look like a gift, but built to trap you in endless payments. Secret number 4, the richer you are, the less you pay. This one might make you angry. If you are struggling financially and ask for a loan, the bank will check your credit score and your income, and probably give you a high interest rate. But if you are rich, they will give you the lowest rate possible, sometimes even lower than inflation. Take Mark Zuckerberg, for example. When he bought his $6 million home, he could have paid cash easily. But instead he took a mortgage with a rate of just a little over 1%. At the time, inflation was higher than that. So in reality, he was borrowing money for free. Meanwhile, if an ordinary worker asks for a mortgage, the bank might charge 4% or more. That's 4 times what the billionaire pays. The person who struggles gets punished with high costs. The person who doesn't need help gets rewarded with free money. Banks call this risk management. They argue that lending to a billionaire is safe, but lending to someone who lives paycheck to paycheck is risky. But the outcome is cruel. The poor pay more and stay poor. The rich pay less and get richer.
Unethical but legal ways to make fucking money. Part 9. Stop being a loyal customer and start taxing the banks for their massive marketing budgets.
And so that last clip had really had hit home for me. I want to say maybe like 5 years ago, about 5 years ago, when because I started doing tax liens first. Like I started out just doing tax liens, you all. And what would happen is it used to be like a lot of people out there just protesting, like at the court. And I personally, I refused to buy someone elderly home. Like I wouldn't buy somebody who house who was like old. Like I wouldn't buy anybody like any woman or male who is like in their late 70s, early 60s type deal. I wouldn't buy their house as far as a tax levy. And I'm I'm quite sure that a lot of people would disagree with that simply because they like, oh well, shit, they got responsibility, they ain't pay their taxes, whatever, whatever. But when you realize what is happening in majority of the black areas, is that, and I'm a victim of this as well. I'm a victim of it, to where your parents or your granny, she go and pay tithes to the church in her community or wherever she go to church at. That church then go and make the deposit from the weekly tithes and offering into that church bank account, and whoever that church is banking with, they're able to do the same thing, securitize and do the lending. And the craziest thing is that I realized that a lot of people in the low income areas were losing their houses to these big time investors, just like out of nowhere. And it was like it made sense to me in that moment when I seen it was a representative that was from Santander that came down there to buy some houses. I'll never forget. It was a white guy. No, no shot fired to anybody here who may be Caucasian. And he was down there buying tax liens. And it dawned on me then that it's a trickle effect. We'll go and pay our taxes. We'll go pay tithes and offerings, like the Bible says, pay tithes and offerings. We'll pay our taxes. Well, or not pay taxes, but we'll go pay tithes and offerings to the church. The church then go and make the deposit into the bank, and then the bank go and securitize those deposits and give them to investors, and then those investors turn around and go and buy the same houses in the same community where the church is at from the people who go into the church that just gave their tithes and offerings. Like they're cutting off their own head. That's how I saw that. You know, everybody probably didn't see that like that, but I saw it like that. I was like, damn, it's like you're paying for your own death. You're going to go and pay tithes and offerings. The church is taking your tithes and offerings, depositing it into the bank. The bank is then loaning out the bank is now loaning out their deposits that came from the church to investors, and those investors are coming back and buying up the real estate in the neighborhood where the depositors live. Savage. 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 Savage.
Talking about bank account churning. Every major bank has a secret budget to buy new customers, and they are willing to pay you $300 to $1,000 just to open a checking account. You are going to go to a site called Doctor of Credit.
And this is another thing. Did that hit y'all? Have y'all ever been on there and say, we got $500, y'all come and open up an account? Don't you know they're giving you your $500 back? They creating the money for your deposit. Oh, we got $500 bonus, and you open up this account. If you bring in an extra client, you got $200 bonus. Don't you know how they're giving your own funds back to you, but it's disguised as a bonus. It's real out here, man. It's real out here. Hey, I sound like I got a reverb. Might check, 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 might 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 check. Okay, it sound like I got like a reverb.
This is the ultimate database that tracks every active bank bonus in real time. Here is the play. You find a no-fee offer, open the account, and trigger the bonus by setting up a direct deposit or making a few small debit card transactions. Once that $500 bonus hits your account, you wait the required 90 days. Close the account and move to the next bank on the list. You aren't stealing. You are just taking the money they were going to spend on TV commercials anyway. If you and a partner do this together, you can easily clear $6,000 to $10,000 a year for about 2 hours of paperwork. Comment bank, and I'll send you my secret spreadsheet of the top 5 bonuses active right now.
If y'all ain't know, in 2025, Navy Federal is played out. Now, y'all know I don't gatekeep, so I'm going to show you how to access even better banks than Navy Federal that'll fund you $25,000 to $50,000 even with
NASA Credit Union. I have never seen this TikTok, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to mention NASA and this American Consumer Council. It takes like $100 to join them. But when I first tried to get with them, they denied me. But years later, they came back and approved me. I don't know if I may have put something in wrong or something like that, but yeah, that's the new Navy is NASA.
bad credit. So what you want to do, the backdoor method, that you want to go to the American Consumer Council. When you go to the American Consumer Council, they're going to give you a certificate. That certificate makes you eligible for credit unions that are better than Navy Federal. These credit unions are where you're going to get your high limit cards from. A lot of people don't know that big banks don't give you the limits. Credit unions do it. And this secret right here is how you going to get access to the banks that's giving out a bag. If y'all want more information and more hacks like this, make sure that y'all comment the word class and meet me at my free funding workshop.
Did you know if you paid 6 months on a credit card and if you paid 18 months on a loan, that the bank can write it off? Do you also know that if you put $1,000 in the bank now has 9 times what you put in? So now they have 10,000 on their books to lend out 10,000 of that to somebody else. Which side you want to be on? Did you also know that the bank is FDIC insured up to $250,000 for each person and doubly insured and doubly bonded on the money they lose? And whatever they lose when they write it off, the Federal Reserve Bank gives them that money in replacement. So if you walk in the bank and you get $100, $200, $300, $400,000, which by the way is pennies. If you walk into the bank and got $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000 for Willie, if you screwed it up, they don't care as long as you made 6 months or 18 months on the loan. They say, hey, Willie screwed up. Willie's got bad credit, and we're going to talk about Willie, the credit that Willie needs. They say, Willie got bad credit. You're going to say, I'm sorry about Willie. Willie is a corporation. Corp means person, corpse. It is a person. It is a dead thing until you make it alive because you see, taste, feel, touch, and smell for it. You don't even have a business if you're a sole proprietor because your mother and daddy never produced a corporation or a business. They produced a person. So all you're doing is getting a license to do business. You're not a company. You don't even have a company. And they're going to charge you as a person 37, almost 40% in tax. That's not my uncle. So I'm certainly not going to pay that. And no Donald Trump or no Oprah, no Bezos is going to pay that either. That's because most people don't understand business. So I'm here to make you the CEO.
Here's another shocking bank secret. Did you know that banks have a private side and a public side?
Right here. You dropped some good.
Let me tell you. This is why I am the only one that I know, believe me, I have searched high and low, that has been able to translate or transfer, right, public money, which is Federal Reserve notes, into private, lawful money. When I discovered this secret, which is pretty much hidden in plain sight, I was able to change my bank account from a negative $1,700 to $7 million with my signature. And you can do it too. You're going to be able to do it a lot faster than I was able to achieve this because I stumble upon it. You know, my forte was legal research when my daughter was railroaded in court with lies, which I detail in my book, Clear Her Name. You can click the link in the bio and all that. But anyway, I started discovering or unearthing all of these obscure, almost ancient bank laws that explain how we are private bankers. Like in more videos to come, I'm going to explain and try to break down because there's not a lot of room for laying a lot of foundation in one video. So just watch the video series, okay? The Rabbit Show series, and you'll get all of the pieces together because I am doing the best that I can on the TikTok, okay? So yeah, I want to share this information, but every time I do, there's a shark feeding frenzy, and it's overwhelming because I want to help, but at the same time, people be hella disrespectful, disregarding all the safety nets that are supposed to be put in place because they're bum rushing the bank. Let me tell you why that's dangerous. That's dangerous because then they are ready to teach after they, achieve one level of success, and they mess up the rest of the steps for the people coming after them. So that's pretty dangerous and fucked up all at the same time.
The secret that banks don't want you to know. And the question you should be asking yourself, why don't they tell their clients how they're making all their money? BOLI, bank-owned life insurance. After spending 12 years in the banking system, moving to executive and going to CBA Executive Banking School, I learned how to scale banks and how banks actually work. I jumped headfirst out of corporate America to create a freedom company. But first, I had to find freedom myself. And I had to really understand how this system works. And once I figured out that cash is trash, that all of America is represented by debt, and that at some point this system would collapse, I started to change everything I did and how I did my research. So first thing you need to know is that every dollar that's presented to you is someone else's debt. First thing to know. And if every single person in the world paid off their debt, or specifically in America, the whole economy would collapse. But let's go back to the BOLI, bank-owned life insurance. So banks make money in three ways: interest income, fee income, and capital markets income. Capital markets are like things like stocks and bonds. Fee income is things like checking account fees, wire transfer fees, overdraft fees. And then we said interest. So that's your car loans, your auto loans, your home loans. So where does a bank take this money and put it? They put in what's called BOLI, bank-owned life insurance. They put it into a policy that gains compounding interest that they can borrow against that policy and go buy more assets and pay themselves back, in turn building massive amounts of wealth for themselves. So they're taking your hard-earned money and putting it in the bank and storing it in the bank and giving out loans to people, and they can lend your money out over and over and over.
Now, I want to make sure that the chat is paying attention. Now, what did I just explain? He's not saying the name of it. But what did I just tell you? What is the name of it? I want to see if the chat is live. What is the name of what he's talking about? I want to see if the chat is live. Somebody put in here, what is the actual name for? Because we have to put titles on these mechanisms. If you don't know the title to it, there's no way you will be able to find out that everything there is to know about it. What is the name of what he's talking about? Lou? Ryan? No, Lou. Come on, Lou. You in the Republic. You supposed to know this. No. That is the actual action of what he's talking about. But what is the actual name of the account that the 90% is going to, that he's referring to, from when they are getting the capital gain and then getting the money back and creating these returns? What is the actual name for it? Where is it going? Where's that pot? What's that pot of gold name? What is it? Come on, chat. I know y'all ain't sleep on me. I'm the one who tired. Shit. I'm tired. I've been dealing with this all day. Then I'm going live now. I'm tired. I haven't even ate dinner. My dinner's been sitting in downstairs in the microwave since 6 o'clock. No, no. That is the actual. I'm not sure if you're trying to say receivable. KK. No, not the receivable account. The receivable account, that's the actual deposit account. What is the name when they take your funds and then they securitize it, and then they put it over. They put the 90% over where they throw it over where. No, no, the actual account holds securities. What what is the name? Come on, chat. Please tell me y'all ain't making me talk to myself on here. And I just explained. I just went and pulled up the whole segment for it. Come on, come on. I know y'all know it. I know you know it. I know y'all know it. Somebody in here know it. Come on, come on. Just think. Think. What is that acronym? What is the acronym? I gotta pull it up again. QOF. Qualified investment funds. They hold. It said it holds 90%. If they're only required to keep 10% and they are holding 90%, y'all need to do y'all full investigation on QOF. Full. Full investigation on QOF. Full investigation on it. Like, read everything that is about it, read everything that they do, everything that they don't do, everything, the guidelines, how it operates, everything there is know about it, so you can understand like what's going on with it. Because if we got a mechanism, it's like this right here. Think about this right here. And look at it just like this. Exactly like this. If I say, hey Pharaoh, hey, hold this 10 bands for me, hold this $10,000 for me real quick. And you're like, all right, bet, I got you. And you hold the 10,000 for me, but I tell you, go ahead and just give me. He said I wrote it down too. Go ahead but I did 10,000. Give me 1,000 right now. I need 1,000 because I need to go and handle some personal business. But hold this 10,000 for me. And then you say, okay, boom. Now you got 9,000, and you go and put it away. You go and say, well, shit, I got this 9,000. Damn, he ain't gonna ask for this money back for like the next year, well, the next 6 months. Let me go see what I can do with it. You go off to Vegas and you just go try to flip it. You go invest it. Vegas is acting as the QOF. You understand what I'm saying? That's the QOF. Is Vegas. That's where the funds are going to be invested. You understand what I'm saying? We have to put a name on these mechanisms on where this stuff is going. That way we can easily identify when we're reading what's going on. Because we have to, as we are reading, we have to be able to identify. As we are reading, we have to be able to, oh, okay, talking about this. Oh, okay, y'all talking about private equity. Okay, you're talking about double book entry. Okay, you talking about 31 CFR 225. Okay, you talking about 12 USC 411. Okay, you talking about FR 16 Part 1. Okay, you talking about 31 CFR 3.5.44. Okay, you talking about FR 16 Part 2. So where only the governors of the reserve can say whether or not the account, the credit application is approved or not. This okay. So now you can identify. These are your identifiers. Even when they say, we are taking this contract as consideration. We are taking this contract, and this account holder or this borrower is now owed to us X amount of dollars. We have to be able to identify when the finesse is happening. Because other than that, you just reading the contract and you don't know what the hell is going on. You just know that you there and you just signed. They be like, yeah, sign right here. I was looking at could have been Drewski earlier, and he was like, man, don't worry about any of that, huh, man? Just sign right here. All this, I'm gonna own 99%, and I'm gonna make sure you get 1%. Don't worry about anything else on this contract. I'm gonna make sure you get that 1%. But anything that you do from here on out, I'm entitled to 99% of it. And we will return the 1% to you. You fine with that? Nigga said, sure, let's do it. Sign.
Again, fractional reserves. They take the profit from the interest income, from the fee income, from the capital market income, and they put it into bank-owned life insurance, making tons of money off money that was created out of thin air. But here's the cool thing about it, and they know this now. That's why Jamie Dimon says banks should be scared shitless of fintech, that you can do the exact same thing. You can use life insurance products that gain compound interest that you can borrow against and pay yourself back. And if you're in cryptocurrency, you can do DeFi loans just like the bank. And with those DeFi loans, you get to pay yourself back. And also in cryptocurrency, you can do what's called staking. So instead of making 0.00025% in your savings account, you can make 3%, 4%, 5%, and some up to 20%. They know the secrets out of the bag. But the problem is the distractions are so deep, and they know the sheep are so controlled, that they're getting set up in the cryptocurrency space so they can just move the casino right over and move the clients from one casino to the other. Time to get your shit together. Warriors, ride! Click the link in my bio, join my 120-day challenge. Let's rise together. Let's go.
That came out of nowhere.
Never in your fucking life, ever, pay your bills on time if you're looking to get a bank loan or loan for a small business or new vehicle or fucking credit cards. Let me explain. If you pay your fucking bills on time and your credit score is 800 and they run your fucking credit, the world is backwards. What's gonna happen is they're gonna look at your credit and they're gonna say, this motherfucker doesn't need a loan. Look, they're doing just fine. But if you have a little bit of late here, a little bit of late there, a little bit of late here, they're gonna say, you know what? This motherfucker needs a loan. They might go under if they don't. This is how corporations and why corporations go and borrow money from banks, showing late payments. Hint, 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 hint.
Banks.
I don't believe him. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. His teeth not white enough for me to believe nothing he's saying. No shot fired. No shot fired. I don't know you, but being late to anything is never a good indication of you're in order. So, I don't. Me personally, I'm gonna say that's cool. But that's just me personally. That's just me personally.
Well, hate me for telling you this secret. Hey, banker, I'm here to invest my $10,000 for 3 months. Sure thing, sir. How would you like a savings account with 1%?
Banks made $268 billion in profit last year, and a disgusting amount of that came directly from you. Not through fair business, through tricks, hidden fees, and secrets they pray you never figure out. Today, I'm exposing 4 money secrets banks don't want you to know, the exact tactics they use to drain your account, and how to flip the script so you stop paying and start winning. Let's get into it. Before we start, I need you to understand something. Banks are not your friend. I know the commercials show happy families and golden retrievers. I know your banker smiles and calls you by your first name. But behind that smile is a business model designed to extract maximum money from you while giving minimum value back. JP Morgan Chase made $58.5 billion in profit last year. That's billion with a B. That's not charity. That money came from somewhere, and that somewhere is your pocket. So let's talk about how they do it. Secret number 1, overdraft fees are rigged against you. Banks collected $12.1 billion in overdraft fees last year. $12 billion from people who were already broke. Think about that. The fee for not having money is giving banks more of your money. But here's the part that should make you angry. Banks don't process your transactions in the order you made them. They reorder them to maximize fees. Let me explain how this scam works. Say you have $100 in your account. You buy coffee for $5, then lunch for $12, then gas for $40, then your rent autopay hits for $800. Logically, you'd expect the coffee, lunch, and gas to clear fine. Then one overdraft fee for the rent, right? Wrong. Over 40% of banks process transactions from largest to smallest. So they run the $800 first. Now you're negative. Then they charge you an overdraft fee for the gas, another for the lunch, another for the coffee. 3 overdraft fees instead of 1 because they rearrange the order of your transactions on purpose to charge you more. The average overdraft fee is $26.77. Some banks still charge $35. Get hit with 3 of those in a day, and you just lost over $100 because you were $5 short on coffee. And here's the really messed up part. Studies show 8% of account holders pay 80% of all overdraft fees.
I got another good one for you. Another bank secret. They don't want you to know. Have you ever been denied credit? Did you ever apply for something using your social security number and the bank or the company said no? Well, how rude. Given the fact that the entire consumer transaction is predicated on your unlimited credit, how rude. Here's the code. Title 15, subsection 1611. False and misleading denial of my own credit. Yes. And for extra sauce, ask to speak to the underwriter and give the underwriter that code. See what happens. Tell the underwriters you want a listing of all of the factors that were involved in this consumer transaction. It is not a credit transaction. It is a consumer transaction because you wanted to access a portion of your unlimited credit. Don't cry over spilled milk. Y'all better go and take your power back. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm giving you all that I can on a public forum. Please do not ask any 1,000,001 questions. Go and take what I give you and run with it. Meaning, do your own research and then come back here and feed us what you discovered. Okay? I gave you code. I gave you what to say. I gave you who to ask for. So, do your part. Have I accessed my unlimited credit? Yes, I have. But I can't go into it here. Again, it's a public forum. And I don't want a target on my back. It's already on my back. I mean, it's already, my name is already out there. But I have to do this in a responsible way that protects you and protects me. If you're interested in learning or getting more private coaching with me, from me, together, go to my website. It is ironsharpensironcounsel.com. Share this video if you care. I'll see you in the next video.
Hey bank, I'd like to deposit $9,999. All right, sure, no problem. Yeah, I know about y'all's secret. I know you guys have to report to the IRS.
What you said is valid. It's valid. The code.
IRS, I need to deposit $10,000 or over. I don't need the IRS looking at my personal bank activity. Yeah, you're right about that. They just want to make sure they catch any illegal activities or money laundering. Yeah, I know. But after that deposit, I want another deposit of the same amount. All right, no problem. But I just want to let you know, purposely trying to deposit just under that limit is highly illegal. This is known as structuring. And if you're found guilty of this, the IRS will seize all your assets. Wow, I'm glad I followed the Melanie King. Hey.
5 steps to becoming your own bank. Number 1, open an indexed universal life policy. Make sure you pick an agent that knows what they're doing. They need to structure it properly, otherwise it will not work. Number 2, fund the policy with either an annual contribution or a monthly contribution. Number 3, allow your money to compound while being protected from stock market loss. Number 4, next time you have a purchase such as a home, a car, or an investment, borrow from your insurance policy so you can access the money tax-free without interrupting the compound interest on your account. Number 5, keep your policy for life so that when you pass away, not only will your money go to your beneficiary, but there will also be an additional death benefit that goes to your family, and all of it transfers tax-free.
I'm about to share a secret with you that the banks absolutely do not want you to know. A lot of people talk about this, but I'm going to be the first person to show you. Here's what the banks actually do with your money. So from the FDIC website, I have access to the bank's data and asset sheet. This is actually Bank of America. So if I scroll down to line 41, you're going to see clearly that this bank right here has right at $24 billion in cash value life insurance. This is where they keep their tier 1 capital, which is used to measure the financial strength of a bank. So if insurance is good enough for them to put their money in, it's probably good for you and I too. So now it's time for you to learn how to become your own bank using the infinite banking concept on the back of a cash value life insurance policy. Go ahead and smash that follow sign and click the link in the bio to schedule your free strategy session today.
Or the one where they're like,
in my personal opinion, it's still better to get write a policy for your trust, and out of your life insurance, out of your if you put the policy in your trust name, then your trust value will be the value of the policy. So after that, you will no longer need like letters of credit or anything, because they only ask the bank for letters of credit as to see who's the guarantor. So if you got insurance, if you got the trust and you got insurance policy on your trust, you can create your own LOC, because they want to know, okay, well, what's backing this trust? You just say, oh, my trust value is $1 million. Oh, okay, that's fine then, because you know a letter of credit is just what it is. It's not money changing from that institution. It's just a letter of credit saying that in case you default, they'll back it. So in case you default, your insurance will back the instrument. The insurance, your trust will go on as a guarantor. What is the bank? The bank is the same thing. The bank is a trust, and they're backed by these heavy policies.
where they all come into the bank. There's like a bank run and they want their money. And he's like, oh, but don't you see your money's over here at Frank's farm. And then his money's over there. And that's how, but like, I can't remember which one it was. But anyway.
Was that It's a Wonderful Life? Is that what it was?
Yes, I think it was It's a Wonderful Life. Oh, no,
it's
maybe
an
not.
Old ass movie.
No, but, yeah, it's an old one. But the whole system of fractional reserve banking is really kind of this fascinating like thing, because everybody still kind of has in their mind that if you kind of have in your mind that the money in your bank account is your money and that you're holding it, that they're holding it for you.
It's a banking movie.
Oh, yeah. So that is the scene. I was right about that. Okay. Yeah. But so you could walk into the bank tomorrow and your checking, account balance is whatever, say it's $5,000, and you could go, I'd like to take out $2,000, and they can say no. You can't have it. Now, they owe it to you, technically, but they don't have to give it to you.
Here's something banks don't want you to know.
That's why they
if you go in,
ask you, if you try to get cash, they say, "Oh, well, who are you being scammed? Are you Are you sending this money for someone? Is someone trying to scam you? Are you being scammed? Why don't you just get a cashier's check? Because they just don't have. You have to order money. It was a time I had that. I had to order money because I didn't know when this shit was going to run. I'm trying to pull as much as I can. Fuck it. I'm trying to pull it off, and um, it would take all day to actually go and withdraw. Believe it or not, it's hard withdrawing money from an institution when it's in large amounts. Like you have to order it, you have to get money packs ordered. You know, this is back when I was young, though. You know, I haven't even. I don't even think I don't even touch cash no more. Just being honest with you, I haven't actually had any cash in so long. My wallet is my wallet literally have $20. I think $40 in it. I usually like keep like $80 on me, but I don't even have cash no more. But that's the reason why banks don't have the bread. They don't have it. And when they don't have it, they have to order it from the Federal Reserve, and then they don't have cash on hand. That's why you have to have it. That's why you have to get your money ordered. It's called a money pack. You put in your order the day before, and then the next day they'll send the Brinks truck there with your cash that you ordered that day prior.
To a bank, even if you're not a kid, even if you don't do a transaction and you ask for a lollipop, they are legally obligated to give you a lollipop.
Banking secret exposed. This one's really juicy. Are you ready? So there's one particular bank in Canada, okay, just one, where you can actually get approved for cheap lines of credit on the spot. Most banks, you're going to call them or you're going to go into the branch, they have to do a credit check and they have to send it off to the credit department. They then make the decision with the underwriter. It kind of goes from there. It's a bit of a longer process, but one bank in particular, you can walk in, the advisor has the authority to approve up to $75,000. Most of our students who we make plans for, okay, they get roughly between $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. That's usually the average. You could potentially get about $50,000. You have to have an okay score and you have to have a good internal profile and all those sorts of things. But this one bank in particular is crazy for on-the-spot approvals. That bank is not the red bank. It's not the green bank. It's not the burgundy bank. It's not the orange bank. It's not the light blue bank. And then you can read between the lines. Just on a side note, please just use caution. The amount of people that try to do this, they just download the TikToks, they just listen to what I'm saying, and they try to do it themselves. They get a hard credit check, they get declined, or they get like $1,000, $2,000. They get nothing approved, and the interest rate is like 10%, okay? That's useless. If you need help with this sort of stuff, don't wing it, don't take a chance. If you comment help, we'll send you guys a free video.
You're just talking about going in, get a pre-approval. Once you get that pre-approval, you go back and freeze your report, and then you proceed with the application. That shit old. Am I lying? Anybody? Am I saying anything wrong? Anybody in here? Am I lying? You apply for the pre-approval. You do the pre-approval. Once they say you've been pre-approved, you go back and freeze your credit, and then you continue to. And am I lying? Is there any lies being told here? That's nothing. That's like
The bank does not have to prove where it gets its money from. So if you apply the principle of reciprocity to that, the bank would be obliged under a reciprocity principle to say to you, oh, the money we're going to lend you for your mortgage, we're going to type into an account from nothing based upon the strength of your signature, which becomes a promissory note, that we then accept for value and deposit and create the credit. So in fact, customer, you provide the bank, you, as in a human, provides the bank the authority to create the credit that you then borrow. So if you really think about that process, who is the creditor And who is really the debtor? If you provide the authority for the bank to create the credit, the authority is really the creditor. The one that operates the process is really the debtor. And that's what I wanted to try and set out to prove in law, because that's the actual fact of the matter, and that's the truth.
Never go to probate, instead use this secret. Hey bank, my wife.
Anybody got any questions about what he just said?
Wife recently passed and I'm here to withdraw all the money from her account and close it out. Actually, sir, we kinda already froze her account and you don't have access. That's impossible. I'm her husband. You don't think we've heard that before? You're not special. Now everything needs to go through the costly probate court system. No disrespect, sir, but she should have set up a POD so we weren't left to sort this out ourselves. Oh, a POD, right? You POS? What's that? Calm down. A payable on unalive is a designation that you can make inside of your account to name a beneficiary. Meaning if you were to pass, the named beneficiary on the account can access your funds without going through the costly probate court system. It's free, easy to set up, and you don't need an attorney. She also had an investing account. What about that? It's the same thing for investment accounts except it's labeled a TOD, transfer on unalive death. Okay, let me set one up. Sorry, sadly we can't. You're a little too late. No disrespect, but this should have been done before passing. What? How am I supposed to know about that? You're not. The bank will tell you, school won't teach you, but luckily we follow Bam Josh.
Do you think paying by
Your signature. Everything is credit. Your signature. Just think about this right here. And y'all know I'm all one for analogies because I just like to simplify things to is minute, más o menos, minute. Think about that old show, Aladdin, and write your signature down with one hand, but write it in the air. And then when you do this right here, and then you put the you dot it. Don't that look like when they used to say abracadabra? As it is so. When you do your signature in the air, however you do it, and then you authorize it, you're giving life to that instrument. Let's talk real right now. You're giving life to the instrument. You're giving life to the document. You're actually making this piece of paper a live instrument. Everything must have a signature by a human hand. That's why it's so easy to win the mortgage shit, because the all they have is robo signatures after they sell to the servicer, and then you do your publication and all that stuff like that. They give it to the only other signature they have. They destroy the note and say, "Oh, we don't no longer have it. It was destroyed or whatever. Now it's in the MERS system, so now they turn to electronic, so they can trade and assign a QSIP number to it, so they can create money from it. But your signature holds the value. Your signature started it." And I wanted to go down a rabbit hole, and I was wondering, I'm like, if somebody already lost their house years ago to a foreclosure, can they technically come and get their home back? If they were the one who paid for the property initially and they were the principal, can they get their property back? If the house was took from them by deed under power. And I wanted to dig on that. That was like my homework that I had set for myself for the month of July and August. I had really wanted to know that. I really want to know, could that be possible?
card is smart, you're not saving time, you're selling your privacy. When you pay with cash, you're a ghost to the system, with no data, no tracking, and no algorithms hunting you down. But the moment that card beeps, the system wakes up, recording your location, the time, and your entire lifestyle. Your data is then sold for billions to marketing giants, turning you from a customer into a targeted product. Take back control and wake up from this trap. Subscribe now, because what I'm revealing in the next video will change the way you handle money forever.
Life isn't fair at all. At all. So what are you gonna do about it? I knew that no one was coming back to help me. No one's gonna miracle me to be somebody special. Everybody that called me nigger, my dad, my mom, all my situations were on me now. And solely on me. It was on me. And that's the thing you have to realize. Everything you do, you may have some support, you may not, but it's on you. You have to make the decision whether you want to be a badass or whether you just want to be mediocre and everything's okay.
Like Beatles got the babes belly rolling. She thinks she love me, I think she trolling. That girl is the real brown.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
A Gaza Holocaust Memorial and even a museum. They have all these Jewish Holocaust museums and memorials. I think we deserve, and we should build on our own, find ways to do this. To make a Gaza Holocaust Memorial or a museum.
We need to do
Still trying to figure out how to work
We
this
need to
thing.
do a memorial for Gaza honoring all of those who innocently died from the Zionist regime.
All place in the world that we will occupy in a war, milchemet mitzvah. We go to a war, we occupy. Let's say we occupy Lebanon. And over there there's idol worshipping places. We have the same obligation to destroy it. Why? Because now we live there. We occupy the place. We occupy the place. The Torah say, "Uviar ta'ara mikirbecha." Don't leave anything, any idols among you. So every place that you live in, and now you the original owner of the place now, you the new owner I should say, from now on you have the same obligation to purify the place from all the idols. Well, we're here now, right now, to learn what the law is. Even if the United States government would say, okay, hey, you're becoming too fanatic, the government, too religious, we'll give you $1 billion extra every year to the aid, don't touch the churches. We're not allowed to listen to them. God comes before Obama and his friends.
But we're almost there, guys. It's happening. This is it. They're all going to go down to their knees, and especially the Western ones. They're going to go down hard for how they treated us over the last 2,000 years. For the destruction of the Second Temple and how they treated us, Hashem's going to take them down hard. Because the reason God's doing this is for His name in this world. Because the most powerful nations in the world have to go down to their knees. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what's going to happen to America. That's what's going to happen to Germany. That's what's going to happen to France. That's what's going to happen to London. England's going to happen to Poland. That's what's going to happen to Russia. That's what's going to happen to China.
Whatever you're going to have, the Jews will always control you. Everywhere you go in the world, who's running all the financial? Always the Jews. Started in Paro, Yosef, everyone. The Jews are in charge of the
He's talking about something now.
world. Science, financial, politics, behind the presidents. Even now, everybody knows that all the campaign of Donald Trump is his son-in-law, the Jew, Kushner. I read it 3 different articles. He is the mastermind behind everything. He told him what to say, what not to say, how to react, things that he did in the end, that in the end worked out for him. And he is richer than him, don't get confused. He didn't marry him for his money. The family of his son-in-law are much wealthier than Donald Trump himself. Some people may think, oh, he married her because she, her father is the rich guy. No. They're very, very wealthy. They give loans of tens of millions of dollars to people for real estate. They're funders. They have a lot of money. Bli ayin hara. So, that's how Hashem made the world. Abarbanel, in his time in Spain, was running the show. Everywhere, the Jews always run the financial. Here in America, Bernanke, who was before Greenspan, the Jews runs the show. Everywhere. The treasury, the one in charge, what's his name? The one that was in charge now. His Mechutan was davening with us in a minyan, in Mincha. Sar Haotzar, the treasury. Also in charge of the money. Even in Arab countries, they always had hidden advisors that tell them what to do. There's not that many Jews in the world that ride a bicycle, Shem Tov. I can tell you that. There's much more Mercedes and BMW.
What word? Kick. Yes, kick. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. Steal. What word? Steal. Yes, steal. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Play. Yes, play. And get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Kick. Yes, kick. Get ready. Steal. Yes, steal. Get ready. Play. Yes, play. And get ready. Must. Yes, must. Boys and girls, pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153.
Look at the little kids, look. See how they all... She got them kids. That right there was an old school teacher.
37,000 residential units destroyed in 35
She on
days.
your butt with a ruler.
37,000 in 35 days is equivalent to over 1,000 a day. Did you hear what I said as well? Residential units. These are places people are living. Civilians, innocent people are living. I'm not even going to ask you to imagine the outrage. If 37,000 residential units were destroyed and reduced to rubble in London, in Berlin, in Paris, in New York, in Tokyo, forget all that. Imagine one residential unit was reduced to rubble by an attack of an Islamic country. Imagine one. What would the outrage be like? The world would lose its mind. Every world leader would be condemning that country and telling them to stop immediately. 1.5 million people displaced in Lebanon. And do you know what they're doing? They're sending...
This might look like a video.
A student of mine said, I can't believe that the President of the United States, that President Bush, would misrepresent and mislead us into a war. I can't believe that they would use power like that. He said, that's the difference between you and me. I have faith in the president. I said, wait a minute. Faith? Is that the word you... I mean, what are we doing here? Politics or religion? What do you mean you have faith? You mean the way my Italian grandma had faith in St. Anthony? She used to have a little statue with lights. Oh, well, Georgie Bush. He said, well, I trust the president. I trust him. I said, trust? That's another word. What do you mean you trust? We don't trust. Democracy isn't about trust. People didn't give their lives to build up trust, to try to live on trust. Democracy is about distrust. Democracy is about the people mobilizing and challenging and calling for transparency, for investigation. No, trust is a blind faith. Trust is something you reserve for your loved ones or close friends.
Joke, and Mussolini was considered to be a joke.
Yeah.
And we saw what they did. Hegseth was selected because he was a war crimes enthusiast. He was on Fox News talking about how all these soldiers who had killed civilians in Afghanistan should not be in jail. And Trump loved that. And that's why you appointed him. You appointed him in order for war crimes to be part of the American system, to be legal.
Another thing, the reason you cannot fund your trust is because you are still operating as the all caps name and the bank cannot distinguish a difference between you and the decedent estate. Or there's...
That's a fact. That's a fact. A lot of people trust get denied because you put your social security number in the trust. I have never told you all to put your social in there. I said, oh, wait, it said put a social in there. I'm sorry. It may be, I'm making an assumption too early because I automatically assume that everyone who could even be thinking about getting a trust already have a trust EIN number. That's like one of the mechanisms that you should have before you even attempt to get the trust. At least have the number, and then you create your own number before when you put it in the public, just to identify your number. You create your trust social security number, the year and your year and day you was born, and and 00, however we put it inside the trust. But nevertheless, I just made an assumption that we all automatically just knew that you must have an EIN number. It's hard trying to weave out, man. It's 200,000 people across these platforms. It's hard trying to weave out the bad apples and the people who just want to, be here along for the ride and don't want to put in no work. They just want to ride. They don't want to put in no work. They don't want to read. They don't want to, they don't want to take the time out to read. They just want to ride. Gotta get their ass up out of here. For sure.
no provision in your trust that demanded the bank to fund it from your estate. There's an easy fix. correct the trust to be able to move credit and interest as you should. You can also fund the trust account with a negotiable instrument. Whatever you decide, do not open your trust account with fiat currency. If the bank requests $100 or $200, you are on the public side and you are about to get a public account. Remember, money of account, not money of exchange.
All I simply did was pull the deposit account agreement and disclosure form from the bank that I use, dropped it into Claude and said, hey, dissect it and let me know where it shows that I need the EIN number. In the first line, looking at the document, it doesn't actually mention requiring an EIN to open a trust account. Y'all keep believing these fuck ass people you want to, bro. Y'all keep believing these fuck ass people if you want to, bro. And guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna be stuck just like them, where they're sitting up here trying to figure out what in the.
Here is something that Lloyd.
I don't believe him. His shirt dirty. I don't believe him. Why wouldn't you? Why are you? I don't get that either. Why are you trying to hide? Folks don't want shit you got. People, oh, you gonna hide all your assets. You gonna be like, why are you trying to hide? Why? Well, what's the point? Why are you trying to hide? Oh, you don't have to have this to open. Why not have an EIN so when you're ready to actually do some real commerce, you would pass KYC, because KYC is one of the main factors that they use to make sure you are who you are, because they don't know who you are. This nigga shirt dirty as hell. What you talking about? Don't use an EIN. Well, get the fuck out of here.
Bankers and accountants will never tell you about how to open a trust bank account. In this video, I'm going to walk you through exactly how you get an EIN, an employer identification number or tax identification number for your trust bank account. Why would you want a trust bank account? Well, it makes your money invisible. It's the ultimate own nothing and control everything strategy. What do I mean by invisible? Well, once your money is in a trust bank account, when it's set up properly, it will not be susceptible to liens, judgments, garnishments. Okay, if you owe the government, if you owe child support, if you owe creditors, they will not be able to get in that bank account. Why? Because they won't even know that it's yours. The very first thing you do is go to irs.gov. Go to the search bar and you put in EIN. Hit enter and this page will come up. You're going to click on apply for EIN. This page is going to come up. It's going to give you a little bit of information that you need to know when applying for an EIN. But you see below where it says begin application, click that. Next, it's going to have the different types of entities that you can choose to create an EIN for. You're going to select trust. After you select trust, it's going to have the different types of trusts that you can create an EIN for. Now, in the case of the trust that we help clients around the country shield their assets and their money with, we use revocable trust. Then it just tells you to confirm your selection. So you're going to hit continue. Once you hit continue, this page will come up. Now, I suggest that you do individual as opposed to existing business. So once you pick individual, it's going to have you put in the information of that individual. That is going to be you if you are the grantor of that trust. So your name, your address, your social security number. Then it's going to ask you who the trustee is. I suggest that you are the trustee of your trust bank account. So you would pick individual. Put in the mailing address for your trust. It should be
Now that's good. That's good. He's touching on some real good facts. In the beginning, That is proper. What he's talking about is proper and just. Um, that is the way that you want to form your trust. Um, but as you move further along, as in actually using your trust in banking, like in commerce, you want to have another body as a trustee because it actually shows structure. You don't want to be the grantor and the trustee. You don't want to. You don't want to come in like that because the how trusts are set up, like just you don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to copy and pivot. You don't want to reinvent nothing. It's nothing that you want to reinvent. However they have this structure, however it needs to, however it's been for 100 years, just follow suit. Don't reinvent because when you reinvent, now you got to go through different channels to see if this is okay. Hey, this customer did this right here. Is this fine? Can we accept this? Oh, I have never known for us to accept that. Decline. I have never known for us to accept a trust as the person who opened up the trust and the person is the grantor. That's a conflict of interest. They have a law for that also with judges, so where the judge can't practice law from the bench and he can't because they said that he can be swayed. It was a passage that was that I had screenshotted. That was read that stood out to me. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, this is section 2 of trial of all crimes except for cases of impeachment. This is no man is allowed to be a judge on his own cause because his interest would certainly be biased in his judgment and not profoundly could possibly corrupt his integrity. Do y'all understand that? It said no man is allowed to be a judge on his own cause because his interest, meaning nobody is able to be um, governed over something that they're investing in. Because of course, if it's yours, your judgment is going to be swayed to your favor. No man is allowed to be a judge on his own cause because of his interest will certainly be biased to his judgment and not profoundly, it could possibly corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, with greater reason, a body of men are unfit to be both judges and parties at the same time. Yet, what this a president wrote this. President Jefferson had wrote this. Yet, what are many of the most important acts of legislation? Legislate. I got tongue twisted today. But so many judicial determinations are not indeed concerning the rights of a single person, but concerning the rights of a large body of citizens. And what are the different classes of legislators but advocates and parties to causes of which that determines? It is a law proposed by concerning private debts. It is a question to which creditors are parties on one side and the debtors are on the other side. Justice ought to hold the balance between them. Yet, the parties and must be themselves the judges and most numerous parties, in other words, most powerful fraction must be expected to prevail. So what they're saying is, if of course, if it's a large group of people, they're gonna have the win. They're gonna outnumber the smaller group. On the other hand, is that if you have any type of interest in this notion and you're the judge and you have interest and it's your cause, yeah, you're gonna sway it towards you so it'll be in your favor. That only makes sense. That only makes sense. I love it. That's a doctrine. I'm gonna drop that in the Republic so y'all can read that.
A separate address from your home. Then you have to choose where the trust situs is. Where is the trust located? Do you plan to have any employees? Always pick no, because you'll use independent contractors. And you're going to pick how to choose your confirmation letter, your SS4 that has your EIN on it for your trust. You always pick to download it PDF style. Congratulations, you have.
I don't recommend not putting employees, because when you're using your trust and you want to say that your trust have employees, the trustee is the employee, because he is to facilitate the day-to-day operations of the trust. You know what I'm saying? So I normally put one for employee. That way, when you do your 1040, you'll be able to get back the credit that was given to the trustee as well, and not just the trust. So whatever the trust did on this K1, when you pass down, okay, this is how much my beneficiary get, this is how much the trustee get, so on and so forth. You'll actually be able to have a claim for that.
Your EIN. Now listen, I'm having a free trust masterclass. Head over to the link in my profile to register for that now. There's a limited amount of seats. They fill up fast, all right? Don't forget.
I'm showing them the proof and I'm showing them the truth. I'm not adding anything. I'm not reading no boring, outdated laws. I don't care what the opposition say at all. So this is a warning.
You talking about me?
When you start getting into these people's lives and they're not showing you proof and they're not showing you truth, where it says, looking at the MB&T's agreement for opening up a bank account, it doesn't actually mention requiring an EIN to open a trust account. Here's what it does say. Look at that.
This man revealed a secret, and most banks and some government institutions are highly...
Okay, did you know if you've got a trust, you're also going to need a trust bank account? But I don't know about you, but the last time I walked along the high street into all the high street banks asking for a trust bank account, nobody seems to do them. And that's a real problem if you're opening trusts. So as a business, not only do we do all the advice and the setup of the trust and everything else, we've also got the ability now in-house, which is really, again, a service that obviously sets us apart from everybody else within the industry. We have that ability now in-house to set up trust bank accounts for clients. So if you're out there, if you've got a trust and you're struggling to get a trust bank account, let's have a conversation about it. If you're an estate planner or a financial advisor or whatever, and you also need to be able to set up trust bank accounts for your clients, again, let's have a conversation. Go to the...
Listen. The only thing you need to set up a trust bank account is a certificate of trust, your CP 575 notice on occasion. I have never been to an institution where they didn't ask for that IRS letter. The CP 575 notice and your trustee resolution. That's it. Sometimes they may ask you, Fidelity don't even ask you for that. Fidelity got their own trust document. Most brokers have their own document you just fill out and then return to them, and they open up your account. They don't care what you put as far as your governing laws that you have for your trust. You sign up to be a beneficiary as entity up under their broker. So when whatever type of investments that you're doing, you're pretty much having to abide by mom and pop's rules. Simple. You don't need what they're talking. You don't have to have. And he looked up depository. All banks are not depositories. You have financial institutions. You have depository. Depositories are entities like. Now banks do have depositories associated with them, but retail banks are not depositories. You got Brinks, U.S. Bank, Looms, Stratfordale, Gabaldi, Gabaldi is I can't even pronounce some German ass name. Those are just a few depositories that Wilmington Trust Depository. Those are just a few. You use those for different type of custody other than normal day-to-day retail operations. Like all these little banks that y'all see in y'all cities and communities and stuff like that, these are all retail entities. Even Fidelity have a retail side. I don't like dealing with retail because it's really no benefit. You really want to deal on the advisory side.
Website, register with us. Let's have that conversation. Let's put you in touch with that internal team that we've got that can set those trust bank accounts up for you. Really, really important. Again, trust bank accounts, we can do them in-house, strategic asset protection.
Get a trust document. I got one for a couple $100. Don't put your EIN in there. Submit it. CB575 knows you got a trust account. Non-interest bearing. Transfer. I ain't gonna say that part, but yeah, there's nothing to do there. That's it.
And another thing, the bank want to see your trust, and the bank should be the only one seeing your trust. Your life estate is real estate. It's literally immovable property, which means you cannot own it. You can only have interest in it. Your trust should be a non-grantor, irrevocable living trust where your birth certificate name is not trustee. Once you understand that the birth certificate name has retired from the world of commerce, you can peacefully receive your interest and principal like you're supposed to, but it's ultimately because you no longer trading with the enemy. Over here, we talk about money of account, not money of exchange.
Having a trust.
I don't believe him. Her roof not panoramic. I don't believe that. Nah. Lifestyle be different. If you really having it, subtle ways I can pick apart. You know what I mean? Somebody who really having that shit and not having it. For sure. I can pick it apart. And this ain't no shot. This ain't no shot. It's just levels to this shit. Simple, plain and simple. It's just levels. It's just levels. It's all good. It's just levels to this shit.
Bank account makes your money invisible, bulletproof to any sort of lawsuits, and you'll be able to operate like the wealthy and the elite. Here's how you open a trust bank account. But first, why does it make sense to open a trust bank account? Well, did you know the $250,000 that the FDIC insures, it pays out in a particular order depending on the type of account that you have. Here's the thing. If it's just a personal account, those accounts are paid out last with the FDIC insurance. So if they run out of money, guess what? You're just asked out. Trust accounts, on the other hand, get paid out first. Those are just a couple of benefits. Here's how you open it. After you have created your declaration of trust agreement, which has all of the information in it, who the beneficiary is, and other important roles, well, you're going to create a trust certificate like you see right here. This is an actual trust certificate that's in my DIY course and we use for our clients. That's why you can see what you're supposed to put in the blanks. But the trust certificate is just evidence that the trust exists without giving away any of the private information in your trust that you don't want the public to know. Now, after you filled out your trust certificate and your other trust paperwork, you're going to go to irs.gov so that you can create a EIN, right? An employee identification number for tax purposes. As you can see above me, that says Plano Preservation Community Land Trust. You want to name it something innocuous, has your trustees' information right there. And now you're ready to go to the bank. Now, when you get to the bank, you're going to bring your ID, the trust certificate, and the SS4 document I just showed you, but you're going to talk to a banker and the banker is going to ask you some questions. Depending on how you answer those questions will determine the type of account they open for you. This is why when we open trust accounts for our clients, when they go to the bank, we prepare them with this document that has the application questions and the answers that they give. They're going to ask the name and type of trust, who the grantor is, then what is the tax identification number, along with some other questions. Now, listen, if you want to learn more about this, you can head over to my profile and register for my live free trust masterclass. All right, just click the link in my profile.
Am I teaching wrong? Everybody act like it's just some big secret. I have a trust, and yes, I'm an advocate for trust for people to move to start using, trust accounts instead of regular bank accounts. But people act like it's like this, secret mission that nobody knows about. This that like acting like it's just that's what people. Some of this stuff not sticking with some folks. It's just not sticking with some folks. So I guess you have to break it down. So no question is a wrong question.
Now that your trust has its own private bank account, let's talk about how to actually operate on a daily basis. This is where private banking turns from paperwork into disciplined administration. Your goal as trustee isn't to spend the trust money, it's to steward it. Every dollar that moves through that account should have a lawful purpose and a written record behind it. Number 1, the golden rule. Capacity matters. Always remember, you're not acting as an individual, you're acting in fiduciary capacity. That means every check, transfer, or signature should read, John Henry Doe, trustee of the Doe Family Private Trust. Never leave off that title, trustee. That one line keeps the public and private sides of your affairs separate, legally, financially, and administratively. If you sign something as an individual, you just reattached personal liability. If you sign as a trustee, you're protected by the trust relationship. Number 2, daily records and ledgers. Every trust should maintain an internal ledger and accounting journal, even if the bank provides statements. The bank shows transactions, your ledger shows authority. Each entry should include the date and amount, the purpose or payee, the resolution or minute authorizing it, and the signature or initials of the trustee. This is your private bookkeeping. It proves administration, not ownership. At the end of each week or month, reconcile your ledger with the bank statement and attach receipts. That creates a verifiable record of audits, beneficiary reviews, and future trustees will have an idea of what's actually going on if you go down that road. 3, accepting deposits and payments. When funds are received, whether rent, client payments, or returns on investments, they must be logged as trust income. Use a consistent label on every deposit slip. For deposit to the account of Doe Family Private Trust. If you're collecting payments from the public, ensure invoices, contracts, or payments link all and show the trust name, not yours. That small detail is what keeps income lawfully private and outside personal jurisdiction. Number 4, disbursements and expenses. When paying bills, purchasing assets, or distributing benefits, you operate through authorization, not impulse. That means every withdrawal, every check, or transfer should be preceded by a short minute or written resolution, even if it's just a few lines in your notebook. This shows the decision was made by the trustee in duty, not by the man in emotion or woman in emotion. Keep receipts organized by category: administration, maintenance, investments, distributions. Each one should have its own file. The organization turns your trust into a self-auditing system. 5, communication with the bank. As a private fiduciary, your relationship with the banker should be professional, not overly friendly.
Any questions before I go on to trust certification? So after you create a trust, before you can title a car or anything, you need a trust certification. Trust certification is a document that certifies the existence and validity of the trust. It typically includes important information about the trust, such as the names of the trustor, trustee, and beneficiaries, the date of the trust agreement, and description of the trust assets and purpose. A trust certification is often used to provide proof of the trust's existence and validity to third parties such as banks, government agencies, or other institutions. This document can be crucial in situations where the trust is used to hold assets or manage financial affairs, as it provides legal recognition of the trust and its purpose.
We say, hey, I want to open up a trust fund bank account that potentially, if we own businesses, we can actually become our own bank through the trust and turn around. We pretty much leverage other people's money.
Yeah. And so that circular motion we call the circle of trust. So that's definitely what you want to do. So you want to become your own bank. You want to have a whole private banking system where you tie your trust to your insurance policies. So now your trust is going to be the owner of your policy.
This is the first person who I've actually heard since we've been looking at this how it go. That's why I told you. You get the insurance policy. That's quote unquote what they call private banking. That's what's going on. You you get an insurance policy and put the insurance policy in the name of your trust. Now your trust can underwrite it for you. It can be your underwriter because the insurance policy. It's simple. It's not simple, but it's simple. So it's just like when they ask for a letter of credit. Okay, who's guaranteeing it? Oh, I got a trust that's going. My big brother is the trust. Hey, my big brother gonna come and guarantee it. All right. Well, let me see his paperwork. Here, he's backed up. The value. How much does he do work? Oh, he worth $1 million. Oh, okay. That ain't what shit. You got a guarantor worth $1 million. Yeah. Let's do the deal. Here, this is my guarantor right here. Oh, let's do the deal. It won't be no smoke.
The trust is going to be responsible for paying that premium, and the trust is going to be the beneficiary. But the policies are going to be under us because we're the living people. So if anything happens to us, guess what? That $2-3 million, it goes to the trust. The trust is replenished.
So there's a set number that I need to put in there in order to keep it going?
So it depends on the bank. Some banks, they require as little as $100. Some other financial institutions like Charles Schwab and all these other big banks, they require like thousands. So like $3,000 to $5,000. But normally it only costs about $100 for you to open up your account.
Hey, yo, have you guys seen this video of this guy showing you how to make a trust and how it's going to benefit you and your family? Let's go to the next video.
Having a trust bank account makes your money in. Most people don't even know that.
See, that right there is like a bait and switch. He's showing you the front of his statement, and it's so you can see the money in there. Oh yeah, they got the money in here. It's time to run over. You know, and I don't knock nobody for moving, but don't try to bait nobody. I don't like that. I don't do it. I personally removed all the fun stuff off my page, so nobody would see what's going on. That way, you can focus on what's being said. I don't like stuff like that. I don't like people. You know, it's like you dangling a carrot in front of somebody's face and asking them to bite.
This exists. We're all.
We say, hey, I want to open up a trust fund bank account that potentially, if we own businesses, we can actually become our own bank through.
Here's something that lawyers, bankers, and accountants will never tell you: how to open a trust bank account. In this video, I'm going to show you
why is nobody talking about how you can today open up a life insurance policy for $1 million, put it in a trust, borrow against that life insurance policy, and invest to create generational wealth for your family? Because it doesn't work like that. So if you're like me, you've been seeing posts about this on your For You page, and like some parts of it are true, but a lot of it isn't, and then just marketing to get you to buy the book that they probably advertised to you at the end of the video. But here's really what you can do. So you can open up a whole life insurance policy, yes, and those usually have some kind of cash value associated. But if you have the $1 million policy, that doesn't mean that you have $1 million of cash value to borrow against. What happens is, as you pay into the policy over time, a portion of it has a cash value that you can take loans against, right? And those loans have some kind of interest rate set by the life insurance company. And then you essentially are paying your insurance policy back when you pay off the loan. So what some people do is this process called infinite banking, where they get one policy, build up the cash value, which usually takes at least 1 to 3 years.
So you don't know I respectfully decline, because he don't understand surety. I thought he was on the right track, but when you understand surety and what it means to have a signer to sign for you on your behalf, then it wouldn't be any problem. No, I'm not saying that you can open up to get the $1 million life insurance policy in your trust and then you go borrow from the life insurance. No, the life insurance policy is only acting as surety. That's it. That's it. You know, it's no need to be trying to borrow from it, whatever. No, you just have it as surety. Whatever you need to do, all right. What you got backing you? This policy. Can you go borrow against it? No. Same way if you need to get bonded, can you go and pull the money from that BMC 85 when you have to go get bonded? Let's say if you got a trucking company, a lot of these owner operators don't know that they can really move their own freight with a BMC 85. All you gotta do is just get the pay. You can pay a company to put $75,000 in an escrow account for you. I used to do it. This is how I know. I'm not gonna say anything I haven't done before. You'll pay a company a percentage of $75,000 to put $75,000 in the account for you to make your bond go live. And now you can broker loads. Because a lot of times people be thinking, oh well, I don't got the $75,000 to broker my loads, and they think these brokers just all high almighty, and they're not. They pay some. You can, if you got good credit, You can pay a company 3%, 5% for that year, and they'll put the $75,000 in a bond for you in an account. Your shit'll go live, and now you can broker loans up to a 75,000 that can cover loans to 75 grand. So that's the same way on how the insurance works. You're just being bonded. That's all. You're just being bonded. You're being bonded. So in case of default, they just gonna pull. Just think about it. If you go and take out a loan and you default on the loan, who's responsible for the investors? They're gonna go ahead and do full faith and credit. They're not trying to do that, but they can. But you're just trying to be bonded. You just want to be insured and have whoever you're doing business with held harmless. You want to indemnify them.
Years before it's decent enough to do anything with it. Then they use a loan from that cash value to go purchase or pay premiums on another policy and rinse and repeat until like these things kind of ladder. But if you believe that you're going to open up a life insurance policy tomorrow for $1 million, and then they're going to let you take $1 million loan to go buy Bitcoin, whoever's telling you that is just, they're fleecing you. It doesn't work like that. Here we are at the end of the video. I don't have a book to sell you. All I'll tell you is that you can go Google infinite banking, YouTube, whatever, and you'll get the information I'm talking about. And you don't even need to open up a trust to do this. Like, a trust is just if you want to dodge estate taxes when you die. But if chances are, if you're on here watching this, you're like in your 20s, probably, maybe you do have kids, but you're not thinking about estate tax right now. Like, this is a thing you can do way, towards the end of your life, where you have more assets to protect against taxes. And if you did try and do the trust fund thing, there's like a certain, I think, 3-year period where if you die within that window, none of that matters. Like, they still tax you the same way. I'm not an accountant or a financial advisor, so everything I'm saying is with a grain of salt. But go look this up for yourself. No book I'm selling you. Just don't believe everything you see on TikTok.
Here's a general guide on how to set up a bank account for an irrevocable trust. First, draft a trust agreement. Consult with a professional to create the irrevocable trust agreement. Next, obtain a tax identification number, TIN. The trust needs its own TIN, also known as an EIN. You can apply for an EIN online through the IRS website or by mail. Now, choose a trustee. The trustee is responsible for managing the trust and its assets according to the trust agreement. The trustee can be an individual or a corporate entity such as a bank or trust company. Then, select a bank. Research and choose a suitable bank or financial institution to open the trust bank account. Some banks specialize in trust accounts and have specific services tailored to trust management. Next up, gather the required documents. You'll likely need the following documents to open a trust bank account. You're going to need a copy of the trust agreement and any amendments. You're going to need the trustee's identification and contact information. You're going to need the beneficiary information and the trust TIN. Next, meet with the bank representative. Schedule an appointment with the representative at the chosen bank. Present all the required documents and discuss the specific requirements for opening a trust account. Now, fund the trust account. Transfer the assets specified in the trust agreement into the newly opened bank account.
If you're opening a bank account for your trust, at least here in Ohio, the only thing required to show the bank is the certification of trust. And what that certification of trust needs to contain in the state of Ohio is under Section 5810.13 of the Ohio Revised Code. Here's what needs to be in the certificate of trust. You're going to see things like the statement that the trust exists and the date the trust instrument was executed, the identity of the settlor, the identity of the current acting trustee, powers of the trustees. We're going to go on here to see something very important. A certification of trust is not.
This is what you'd normally see. You'd see your trust account written like this, Jane Mary Smith, in all capitals. because it's a trust, because it's a dead entity, it's written in all capitals, as we discovered in the first presentation. So now, I guess a few of you watching this have already applied for a loan, so some of you will be familiar with this. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to fill out a loan application at your local bank. And a few days later, a week later, the bank gives you a call and lets you know that your loan has been approved. Now, typically they will never put this in writing. And there's a good reason for this, which we'll discover. So you go to the bank and sign the loan agreement. Now, over recent years, I have noticed a trend happening where the loan and the mortgage agreement are all one document. Now, this isn't normal. This hasn't been the case here in New Zealand, but it seems to be more the second-tier lenders that are doing this. But the banks certainly do have two separate things, and that is a loan agreement and a mortgage agreement. Now, the reason that they will never put it in writing that your loan has been approved, because in the mortgage document you will have the wording, no oral agreements in it. This written agreement is the final expression of the agreement between lender and the borrower and may not be contradicted by evidence of any prior oral agreement or of a contemporaneous oral agreement between the lender and the parties. You will see the significance of this a little bit later. So what exactly did you sign when you signed that loan agreement? It was a promissory note, which is a promise to pay. The loan agreement that you signed is actually a promissory note, or in other words, it is cash. So let's have a look at the Bills of Exchange Act. We'll go to Google, to legislation, and we'll go to the Bills of Exchange Act.
Right, where you going?
Click on the Bills of Exchange Act. And we're going to have a look at a Bill of Exchange defined. What happens to the note? In the Section 20 of the Bills of Exchange Act 1908 allows the bank manager to complete the instrument by endorsing the back of your promissory note and writing, paid to the order of, and they will insert Jane Mary Doe or whatever your all capitals name is there. They will write that on the back of the promissory note. You will also add a 5-cent stamp to comply with the Stamp and Check Duties Act 1971. $0.02, $0.05, $1. Now we'll go and have a look at the Stamp and Check Duties Act, which will tell us in section 77 that stamp duty must be paid on every bill of exchange or promissory note. Bill of exchange and promissory note are the same things.
Also money order or payment coupon.
And in section 78 it'll tell you that the stamp is a 5-cent stamp. So unless you have a 5-cent stamp, you haven't paid your check duty, so therefore your bill of exchange is not valid. Okay, so what happens to the note once you've signed it? Now the bank couriers your note together with an off-market securities transfer form to the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. Now this is what an off-market securities transfer form looks like. And on the back of this, and we spoke about power of attorney on in the first presentation, and on the back of this off-market securities transfer form that you will find a certificate of non-revocation of power of attorney. Now this is what the bank uses to take a power of attorney. And what you will find is that somewhere in the note that you give them power of attorney or you will do certain things. Now what happens to the note at the Reserve Bank is it lodges your note with the Central Securities Depository Limited, which is part of NZ Clear or owned by the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. And there we go, we have a look there. The company overview is the New Zealand Central Securities Depository Limited operates as a custodian trustee. The company was incorporated in 1995.
Keep in mind that all banks go by the central banking system. I don't care where you at. You can be in China, Africa, Australia, the US. All of them have the same guidelines. It's set across the board. Everyone is involved in the exact same guidelines that was set by the central banking system. That's why they attempting to dismember it by bricks.
And it is part of the Reserve Bank. The Central Securities Depository Limited either sells your note onto the money markets or Treasury issues a bond to sell on the markets. The Central Securities Depository Limited bundles these notes into big bundles, and then the Treasury issues a bond against them. That's what I believe happens. Central Security Depository Limited lodges the off-market securities transfer form against your trust account. Where do they lodge the off-market securities transfer form? Land Information New Zealand. Because they're registering against you, which is the land. Okay, now once they have lodged that, the bank now has a government-backed security. It's against your trust account. So let's have a recap of what happens. When you go to buy a house, you ask the bank for a loan. You sign the loan agreement. The bank then sends the loan note to the Reserve Bank. The Reserve Bank lodges the off-market securities transfer form with the Central Securities Depository Limited. Reserve Bank notifies the bank to issue credit. Now, only the banks have got the right to issue credit. So, all of a sudden, the bank has the right to issue that credit to you. But do they? They credit an escrow account with the amount of the loan. They don't put it into your account. Rather strange, I think. But however, the reason the bank's balance sheet will always appear in order to an auditor is because the bank then employs a type of arm's length transaction. And here's how they do it. The loan amount is transferred from the bank's escrow account to your solicitor's trust account. Very sneaky. The money created by your signature is rightfully yours and should have been credited to you. Now, if it has gone to your lawyer, then it looks like it has gone somewhere other than the bank. So, as you're normally buying a house, through your lawyer, it goes into an account, but not into an account for you, because there's another sleight of hand takes place. The Reserve Bank of New Zealand Central Securities Depository Limited has sold your note onto the money market, so your bank needs to pay the buyer of your note their interest. I believe that what happens is that the official cash rate is what the note gets sold out at, and the bank takes the difference between the official cash rate and their own interest rate. Although the loan was approved and your money is already sitting in your lawyer's trust account, your bank now instructs your lawyer to draw up a mortgage agreement. Don't believe me? Go ask. The lawyer then gives you a call and asks you to come in and sign the mortgage agreement. Now the money is already yours, so why are you going in to sign a mortgage agreement? Doesn't my lawyer work for me, and doesn't he take instructions from me? Maybe. Think again. Why did you have to sign a mortgage? And who instructed them to draw it up? They won't want to give you this information, I can assure you. So why does your bank need the second agreement that your friend the lawyer is now entering you into? The bank needs a signed contract from you giving them the authority to legitimately steal your money from you.
You should never have your bank account in your name.
Like that. I like that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, you all. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, excuse me. So again, I appreciate everyone that came into my first live today. It was kind of a SHIT show at the first half of it. But as time grew on, I learned how to operate the mechanics of the live and understood how to, you know, move this stuff around a little bit. Out of all of this today, I want us to all understand one thing. If you don't take nothing else from nothing that I say, in case I may not be here tomorrow, tomorrow's not promised to anybody. But the one thing I want you all to take note of is don't try to move with unclean hands, because you would never you would never succeed. You would never succeed. You will just be another person who is out here moving around trying to beat the system. And it's a lot easier to do things wrong. And it's much harder to do things right. But when you took those steps to get it done right, it feels different. It feels different. It's a different feeling when you actually took the harder way. I heard I think Farrakhan said something like that about when you have more failures than successes. It feels different. And what I teach in the Republic, I've learned this over the course of 10 years. I'm going on 40 years. I know I don't look like it. I know I don't look like it, but I'm going on 40 years old. I'm going on 40 years old, and the thing is that I've learned over the years is that as long as I always move in honor in every way, I don't care if somebody tried to wrong me or someone tried to, harm me or cause wrong towards me. They always get theirs, but it doesn't make any sense for me to try to retaliate because the universe deals with them in their own way. Deal with them their own way. So you have to focus on you at all times and make sure that you're moving just at all times. It's not about what you're doing when somebody's looking. You know how it goes. It's not about what you're doing when somebody's looking. It's about what you do when somebody's not looking. You know if you've been putting in the work. You know if you've been studying. You know if you read the laws of ABC, the ABCs of the UCC. I dropped it in the Republic. You know if you read the Matrix, Escaping the Matrix book that's in the Republic. You know if you sat down and read these things. It's not for me to say what you have and haven't done. I can tell by the people in the Republic if they've been studying just by the questions that they ask. Because if you sit down and really just study and pay attention to what's in the Republic, you will know majority of the questions that you're asking me. Because that's where I got the answer from. So it's not like I just interpret the information. You probably read over a question that just like today when I was asking about the QOL, and I know for a fact you all should have known that answer. One person even said, "Hey man, I wrote it down. I still didn't know," and that's fine. It's fine. You don't get any points taken away because of a simple "I forgot." But the thing is that when you know you forgot, respect that I forgot. Always respect the I forgot. And don't be always shit. I know it, I find out later. No, respect that I forgot and go and reinvestigate and go and open back up your book and locate your answer. Never assume that you would know. You want to know information to where not to where you get it right. You want to know the information to where it's hard for you to get it wrong. You understand? And a lot of the stuff that I'm teaching now, half of it I forgot. To be honest with you, half of it I forgot the stuff that you all are trying to learn. Just respectfully. And so with the questions that you all are asking me, it just remind me back when I was, like in my early 30s, and I was just seeking. I just found out about the straw man. I was so amped about it, and I'm like, man, we got secrets accounts, and we learning about the SS and all this, and it was like a breath of fresh air, but it was bad for me because I'm a person of like strategic. I'm a neat freak. I like stuff a certain way, and you know what I mean. So it's like I needed to get to the root of it. I wasn't gonna sleep. I still go to sleep. I didn't go to sleep. I can call downstairs right now. I can call downstairs right now and ask, what time did I go to sleep? I didn't go to sleep until 6:50 this morning. That's why I'm up like this. I didn't go to sleep till 6:50 this morning because I was reading case law, case law, Supreme Court rulings all night. All night. I'm reading all night. And I was just fascinated and I was just intrigued by what I was reading. And I'm not even no big reader like that. I'm not no person to just be, cracking open books. I'm not that person. I'm gonna keep it a being with you. I'm not that person. But when I find something that I really want to know about and something that I'm really digging for, oh, I'm gonna tune in. And if I have what I do, if I have like cloudy like vision, not as far as my optical vision, but if I'm having cloudy vision as far as like when I'm reading the passage, and I call cloud vision if I'm reading and it's not sticking with me. So like, if I'm just like reading words and it's not like I'm not digesting what I'm reading, what I do is I meditate for like 10 minutes. I close my eyes, I play some rainwater, and I just relax the muscles in my face. I relax my shoulders. I relax my arms. I intentionally make my arms heavy and just have silence for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I just go silent. That's how I do my reset. I just go silent for like 15, 20 minutes. Once I go silent 15, 20 minutes, boom. So it worked. It always worked. I'm able to go back because what it does is it allows me to release the stress that I've gotten from that entire day to just go ahead and just release the stress because I don't know that I'm stressed before I meditate because you just sitting around. Let me read this. I'm just an everyday person. I ain't nobody special. So you might be about to read and you like, man, let me read this shit, man. And you read it and you about 300-400 words in, and it just started not making sense. And I'm like, okay, I'm still carrying the weight from today. So let me go and meditate. Let me clear my thoughts. Let me clear my mind. And let me go right back at this after I do my meditation. And I'm not even gonna say 9 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10, it works every time. So that's just a tip that you guys can take with you. But man, I really appreciate you all. I thank you for joining my first live. Hey man, it is a honor. It is an honor for having you all to ride out with me this long. And as I said again, I'm gonna try to drop these lives like at least 4 times a week. That's pushing it because I got these one-on-ones, and if I miss a live, you know that the one-on-one was long the night before. So that would be the only, because I don't feel to be having nothing to do. Just honestly, I haven't had a job in damn 18 years, 20 years, probably longer. 20 years I haven't had a job. So just I want to have something to do when I'm not out boating or learning to fly. This is just something that I can I can do to help pass the time. And also I'm writing a film too. So I appreciate you all. All right. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, uh, and share. Stay tuned for the next live. I appreciate you all. As I say, I hope you guys enjoyed the progress portal, and it'll be more to come from